It's gonna be flying chihuahuas or squirrels.
We
What do you mean? There's
Wild
already
broke
a
into
flying
my
chihuahua.
room. True.
Maybe a flying idea, so why don't narwhals?
Oh no, not we don't need a flying
All
sea
right.
unicorn.
Okay, we should be live.
Wait.
Yep.
everybody stop talking about the hot lady at Disneyland who works for First Order. Oh, okay, welcome back to the Creations of Gildmoor, everybody. I'm gonna move my mic down a little bit. Oopsies. Okay, so, last time on the Creations of Gildmoor, Cecilia was screaming in pain, and everybody was running downstairs to see what the fuck that was about. Oh, music's not playing. Hold on.
Technical difficulties? We were all very distracted by a Star Wars hot lady.
Hold on. Sorry, that's the rapper of my rap. Why? There we go. Okay. Music. Beautiful. Okay. So, all of you ran down to the sound of Cecilia screaming to figure out what the hell was going on there. You all quickly deduced that it was definitely the result of the Book of the Mutilator that Rhett was holding at a safe distance with a mage hand. Ginny, who is a paladin of Aphrodite, tried their best to heal and sustain the crippling damage that you had taken, Cecilia, but nevertheless determined that, yes, it's going to need time to heal. You reached out to your goddess for help, Coraline, and you learned that Cecilia has somehow cursed herself. But she seemed pretty unresponsive to everybody's words, and Cecilia kind of gathered her stuff and then left the room. You continued on for the next couple of days. Coraline and Rhett, you two caught up, discussed the events of the past month and the events of Coraline's family, as well as the reason for looking for a way to extend the life of one of Coraline's family members. In a way to try and lift everybody's spirits aboard the skyship for a long, extended period of time, you decided to plan an impromptu party and go to the ship stores to seek out alcohol. Viz, you continued to interview different people on the deck, including Mirabelle, and learn her take on the events of what happened with the poisoning. Mirabelle is kind of unsure about telling the truth of who she is, which is what Bridget kind of advised, and after a little bit of prodding, she told you, Viz, that she has something she's going to share with the group, and asks to pass that along, and Viz, you said, yeah, that you would do so. Heading into the next day, Viz, you took up the next interview task, which was Lady Genevieve. You went through the motions of discussing what happened at the party and the assassination, but after a little while, Ginny ended up revealing that the DeVille family, the one that you had talked to at the party, were not to be trusted. There was Rocks for Teeth that you encountered, and after meeting with him, you realized that the meeting between Lord Callum and Kaelin would have likely resulted in an ambush. She also gave you a quote to put in her interview regarding the assassination that was quite strange, but you promised her you would, and continued on with the conversation. There was some personal stuff that went on, as well as Ginny prying into the love lives of your friends, as a paladin of Aphrodite's gonna do. And you were getting the vibe that she was unsure about Rhett, and that the deal with the solar condor seems to be making her a little bit nervous. Nevertheless, a spell was put on you that you don't know the understandings of and don't really know what it was, but you left and went to look for booze. You all continued to prepare for the party, Rhett and Coraline did anyway, when Rhett, you spotted a flash of green in the distance. You looked out and saw that there were literally flying gators coming right for the ship. And thinking fast, you kind of used thaumaturgy, Rhett, to make this goose rock noise from behind it to draw its attention, and you were able to, all of you were able to kind of hog tie, with the help of Coraline, on the back of it, around the neck, the first gator, thinking that you had an advantage there. But, of course, there was not just one gator. They are pack hunters, and there were 3 of them. But nevertheless, despite sustaining serious injuries from Cecilia, who was almost killed by one, and Aurora, who was significantly wounded by one, you managed to kill the gators and heal your wounds pretty significantly. Aurora, you have this lingering wound on your leg, and Cecilia, you of course have the lingering wounds on your hands from the book. But the other wounds were able to heal up without issue. for those of you who were watching your companions, there was a moment where Ginny was looking over her own wound where the gator had kind of rolled her almost. And she had a wound across her chest as she was healing over and over, like these kind of slash mark scars around her stomach. And you saw that there was a very old scar that looked to cut right from the top of her shoulder all the way down to the other side of her armpit, like right across her chest clean. Almost like she had almost been sliced entirely in half. But that wound had closed up. But she had quickly re-geared before any of you could kind of pry on it and walked away. Not without making a flirtatious comment to just about anyone who would listen, but specifically Aurora, winking and leaving the room. Aurora, you were a little confused about what she was implying, so Rhett kind of made a little joke there to follow her and find out. And that's where we left off last session. So, it is at present, day 4. Day 4, but you've actually only traveled 3 days of the 2-week journey on the ship. So, what are you all doing?
Okay. Oh. It's next day, like after Coraline carried Cecilia to her room, right?
Well, is it next day or is it still just
It's
what we were
like,
talking?
yeah, we're right after the fight.
Yeah, it's right after the fight at present.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not the next
At
day
present.
yet.
Okay, at present.
You still
Alright.
have Cecilia in your arms.
Yeah.
So I think like you already left and took her to her room.
Yeah. Still currently princess carrying, taking her to her room. What is Cecilia's like state of mind at the moment as Coraline's doing this?
I fully think she's unconscious. Like, not in a bad
Oh.
way, but just in like a... She's out of it. She almost died. She just,
Oh,
just closing her eyes. Like, napping.
Just napping, okay. Coraline proceeds to take her like to her room and like lay her on her bed. Is like her eyes are still like closed, so she's just like trying to find peace.
Even though she's like healed, she's probably like in shock and in a lot of pain. She's just
Okay.
kind of chilling. It's been a hard couple days.
It's been a hard couple days. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Coraline like sees like the shocked look on her face, and like goes to touch her cheek, trying to like snap her out of it a little bit.
Yes.
Don't move. I just want to check if there's any lingering wounds on your neck. Okay.
Cool. She's just like still.
Cool. I know this is a very not a great question to ask right now, considering what happened, but you okay up there? And she kind of like pokes like at the middle of her forehead, like kind of jokingly, but still worried, a worried look on her face.
Yeah, I'm good. I need to lie down. I need to not move. Everything hurts.
Yeah, that's to be expected when you get bit in the neck, but you just let me know if you need anything, okay? Like, just holler real loud and I'll come running.
Thank you. I've like never done a day of exercise in my life, so like it's been a hard couple days, you know? I didn't know your body could hurt like this.
Coraline like does a little chuckle, and she goes, "Yeah, I mean, I think that's a part of being a mercenary now. You're gonna be doing a lot of leg and arm work."
I don't like that. That's like so not my thing.
Well, if we're all gonna be together for a while, you might have to. But hey, if you need me to carry on your back or something, I won't question it.
Thank you.
No worries. Gotta make sure that pretty face doesn't get hurt anymore, right?
Sure. I am beginning to think. I don't know. This is hard.
If you want to lead the party, I could let them know, or I'll at least let Jenny know. We can get
No,
you back
no.
home.
I just need a nap. I just need a nap. We're all good.
Okay, well, me, Rhett, and Aurora are gonna get the party set up again since all our hard work was ruined the first time because of the gators. If you need any booze or spirits, just let me know. Might help you
Thank
sleep
you.
better.
Thank you. And she just like immediately passes out.
Oh, Coraline leaves the room to catch, like, Rhett, or try to find Rhett and Aurora.
Rhett's still just grinning at Aurora after what he said.
Aurora, okay, so Aurora, who's like leaning against her glaive, at this point she probably doesn't really have to since she's been healed. But she's just kind of looking at Red and goes, "What do you mean?"
I meant what I meant. If you're confused, you should go after her and find out. Maybe ask.
But I
Go
do not
after
want
who
to-
now?
Rhett is suggesting that I go after Ginny because she mentioned making an offering to her goddess, but I'm not so sure I would want to interrupt that. I believe it would probably ruin her whatever ceremony she needs to
I
perform.
highly doubt it would ruin anything.
Rhett, you really gotta stop being cryptic with her.
I'm not being cryptic, darling. I am just stating facts. If she's confused, she should go ask.
Aurora, honey, you really don't gotta do that.
Aurora's kind of like looking between them and goes, I mean, I suppose I can go ask, and if she's busy, then I will leave her be."
There you go. Done, easy deal.
Rhett, you are terrible, and I'm taking you so we can fix up this party again, because all our work
Yeah,
was
we
ruined the first
need,
time.
definitely. We need to go and fix this party. Aurora, you catch up with us afterwards, alright?
Or now, you ain't gotta talk to her at all. That's your choice.
Good, taking Coraline.
Caroline
Let the
cheated.
fuck go of me.
Guys, forget the party back on the track, alright?
Oh my god, you're a pain in the ass sometimes.
He's like
Oh.
scoops her arm.
Drags her away.
Aurora looks hella confused, and I can't believe I'm about to say this. She turns around and limps, or I guess I don't think she even really has a limp at this point. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chex. She goes to look for wherever Ginny went.
Okay, sure. You are able to, I mean, she's not far. She and Bridget have kind of almost taken up like a permanent residency in the captain's quarters. Just in the sense where they like hang out there. And Ginny is currently sitting in the chair behind the desk, the one that you imagine to be Captain Amaris's chair. And her feet are kind of up, and she's like massaging her shoulder. And Bridget's kind of leaning over her, and they seem to be having a very low conversation.
Can I hear them as I get closer?
Make a perception check.
Okay. That would be 16.
16. You could kind of hear the beginnings of Bridget kind of muttering, and you catch like out of our league, like maybe we should reconsider. And you see Ginny kind of hold up her hand and go, "Ugh." Bridget, as someone who just got rolled by those things, we can handle it. What do you do?
Aurora, like her ears kind of twitch, and is the door kind of partially open or closed, or like she can see inside the room?
It's ajar. You can see this.
She knocks on the door.
You knock on the door. They both look up. Ginny goes, "Hey, come on in, Aurora. What can we help you with?"
Aurora walks in, and at this point she's put her glaive on her back. She goes, "I just wanted to check in on the two of you to make sure you were both okay."
They kind of glance at one another. And Bridget, we're fine. It's not every day you encounter flying gators after encountering a giant goose. It's been wild, to say the least.
Aurora nods. Yes, I'll admit, I've not seen any of these things before. It's quite new.
Yeah, and it certainly doesn't help that we're used to safer means of travel, I suppose you could call it that. I had to admit, I am out of shape. It's not nice to know. But, as I already told you, Bridget, if we're going to encounter more stuff like this, I'm going to be top level prepared to keep you and everyone else safe. I'll get back to my training tomorrow morning.
Would you want help with training? I'm always practicing myself. I'm more than happy to help.
What, like a sparring partner?
Aurora nods.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, no, you go.
Like, do you use weapons, or should I wear my armor? I'd prefer to, because, helps me get used to wearing the whole get-up. But,
Aurora taps her glaive, over her shoulder. I always practice with this, so if you would prefer wearing armor, it probably would be best.
Alright. Sounds good. I will see you on the deck tomorrow bright and early, then.
Sounds good. Pardon me for asking, but you mentioned, you mentioned your, She pauses for a moment, trying to figure out how to say it. Your goddess. You said you needed to perform her ceremony or offering.
You hear Bridget go, "Oh, gods!" and just walk out of the room. She just
Aurora
fucking
instantly
leaves.
stops and just watches Bridget just looks back at Jenny. Was it something I said?
No, darling, it was nothing you said. It's just Bridget here seems to think my style of offering is quite trying to think of the word for it. Unusual than other types of worship. It's fine. You can do it any way you want, really, but I happen to have specific tastes.
Or tilts her head and her ears twitch. I'll admit I'm not quite familiar with any ceremony, really. Neither Red nor I have ever had to reach out to any of the gods. Aside from his patron, but obviously that's a rather different situation.
Well, it's, as they say, if you're interested in gods, different ones prefer different types of offerings. In my case, with Aphrodite, she likes feminine things. Flowers, candles that smell like roses, petal offerings. She likes when I offer my lipstick, but she also likes sex, being the goddess of love and all that.
That Aurora blinks and she goes, "Oh." She kind of thinks for a moment and goes, "I understand what Rhett was implying now."
Sounds like you got played there, honey. It's fine, though. Don't worry, I don't take offense to such questions. It's the nature of the, gig.
I see. Well, I did not mean to disturb you at all.
It's fine. Truly, we're all getting to know each other, and we're all more friendly, and that sort of type of relationship at the moment. So, I'm not one to push on people who aren't strangers. But I'm happy to answer any of your questions anytime. Aphrodite is definitely a more global goddess, and you don't get many followers of her kind around here. So, I'm an open book.
Aurora nods and she goes to leave, but then she pauses for a moment and looks back to Ginny. I do have a question, if you do not mind. It's a bit of an odd one, though.
Yeah, shoot.
Are you able to, or is your goddess able to help if we don't know if there's someone we are close to that we cannot remember.
What's your question there, darling? I'm a little confused.
Oh, okay. Aurora, Shakespeare. I'm sorry. Just I have a bit of a memory issue. I don't know. I've had dreams, and I do not know if someone in those dreams was close to me.
Oh. Interesting. Well, if you're asking if the gods can put you in a trance to recall your memories, that is certainly not something unheard of, but it's a ritual that I myself am not proficient in, one might say. You're better off finding a cleric in a temple who's been worshiping for a long time, or at the very least, find out where the source of your memories has gone. If it was taken from the divine, and they were withheld for whatever reason, then only a divine source will be able to reaccess them. And she kind of thinks for a minute. Let me just make a check. It's not unusual to have missing memories, but unless you know the source of them and how they went missing to begin with, there's only specific kinds of arcane magic that can restore something like that without scrambling your brains. And Ginny always makes very intense eye contact. She's always been a person who really makes heavy eye contact to show that they're listening. But at this point, she kind of looks away, and you see that she actually reaches over and just rests her hand over her sword hilt, and it's tilting her head as she looks at you. It's a mix between something endearing and something uncomfortable. She kind of leans in and goes, "What is it that you don't recall, darling?" Because most people, when they don't recall something, they don't really know it's gone.
Aurora thinks for a moment and goes, "Unfortunately, there's quite a lot that I cannot recall."
This music is so intense. Sorry.
It's wow, we need to be in the middle of a fight. Where's the fourth gator?
This is supposed to be relaxing, beautiful instrumental music. Excusez-moi. Pardon. Je ne sais quoi. Anyway. I'm just gonna leave
Ginny's the fourth gator. Ginny's the fourth gator.
I'll just lower it a little bit. Well, if you don't recall a whole lot, my advice would be to start by finding the source of your memories. Figuring out if there's a spot where you can go first to help recover them, and figure out why exactly they're gone.
Aurora nods. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Typically, when you find things that bring back memories, you're on the right track. But... And she kind of looks over at you. She's peering in. Just check something. You don't seem cursed with anything. There's no evil energy here. And she kind of holds out a hand and reaches out and she casts a spell.
How far is she from me? Because I imagine, Aurora's kind of walked into the office at this point. I'm sorry, the music is I'm...
Yeah, I know. I lowered it. Don't worry. It's not that loud on the stream.
I know.
But, yeah, so she ends up, getting up and kind of moving around the table to kind of look at you and, reaching over to, cast a spell. And she kind of casts it and then... Nothing evil, nothing good, no traces of a lingering memory. It looks like whatever has taken your memories. It's like it left nothing behind. It's weird. If it was trapped, I'd be able to sense it. But they're not trapped. They're just buried. Buried real deep.
Aurora's ears twitch again. Buried.
Perhaps. I'm no expert on memory loss, though. For that, you might want to speak to a healer. A real one.
She nods. All right. Well, thank you, Ginny. I will certainly keep all of that in mind.
No worries, darling. Let me know if you need anything. I'm here.
She nods. Thank you again. I shall leave you to it, and I suppose since I do not know if the party is still on. Rhett and Coraline seem to want it to happen.
There's a party. Is that what y'all are doing out there? Well,
I-
sounds like fun.
I do believe that it's their way of trying to help raise our spirits, considering how things have been the last couple days.
Well, it sounds like an adventure. You can tell them I'll be there. Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Aurora nods. I shall see you then.
See you then.
Aurora then turns around and walks out.
All right. What are the rest of you doing? Anything else, or are we moving on to the next day?
I got a question. So, like, as Coraline and Rhett are maybe like moving up and down, like just trying to fix everything that they that Gator's ruined and stuff, all the broken bottles probably. Does Rhett see Mirabelle after the fight?
Yeah, you guys don't need to be like, do I see them? You guys are on a confined ship. Like, you guys are on a pretty confined ship. If you want to find someone, you can find them. You could just say that you go like approach them or whatever.
More so like what's Mirabelle doing?
I would say she's kind of in the same position I think I said when we ended that fight. She's just kind of leaning up against like one of the walls out on the deck of the ship, just kind of like looking over herself like, did I really just create fire? Like, she's still in like the stunned state after what happened.
I was gonna like look at this very confusedly, just like the fuck is on with her, and like he's probably picking up some like cleaning up and stuff, and probably finds one bottle that got spared out of like all of the shattered ones, so he brings it over. You look like you need a drink, maybe an early one before the party.
Mirabelle's just gonna kind of look at him and she kind of like snaps out of her daze. Perhaps.
What's going on?
Well, I was hoping to potentially discuss this at a later point with everyone else, but is there anywhere more private we could go to have a little chat real quick?
Rhett like blinks, like, looks around. Maybe below the deck, maybe? Like at the bottom? I think Coraline's gonna still be cleaning up the bottles up here, so.
If she doesn't mind if I borrow you for a moment.
Nah, she'll get ahead of the cleaning that way. I don't have to clean anything.
Wanna hear this shit?
No, he whispers it.
Wanna hear this shit?
What's your passive perception?
Passive fucking perception.
Should I try to roll stealth or something?
No, what's your passive perception?
Okay.
Oh god. Okay. Passive. I'm looking.
Bottom left.
I'm looking on my phone, so there is no left. 14.
14? No, you don't hear this.
God damn it.
Waddle.
So I guess they're gonna pop below deck.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna like grab glasses on the way. And like fill them and then give one to Mirabelle. Alright, what's going on?
Mirabelle's gonna take a good long drink for a second.
That is a drink meant to be sipped, but I will not judge.
I feel you're the only person that could answer this,
Mm-hmm.
but please promise me you aren't going to mock me for how stupid this will probably sound.
I will not.
That thing that happened near the end of the fight, me, I guess, setting that gator on fire after it hit me,
Mm-hmm.
is Is that a thing tieflings do?
He like raises an eyebrow and he like opens his mouth like to instinctually say something, but then he remembers what he promised, so he like bites his tongue. And then she's like, "Yes, yes, that it's a normal reaction amongst tieflings. Have you not experienced that before? I would assume someone in your line would, run into trouble where you feel like it's life or death and uh use it as a self-defense."
Mirabelle just kind of lets out a nervous laugh at that. Do you want the truth?
That is completely up to you if you want to tell me, darling.
I can give the full story whenever I'm able to have a conversation with all of you, which I believe I asked Viz to kind of let everyone know whenever we have time during this little trip of ours.
I think Rhett was one of the ones that didn't hear, so he's like, "Huh, I haven't heard yet."
I wasn't sure how far through the group he'd made it with that, and I doubt the Gators helped matters.
Mm-hmm.
But truth be told, I'm actually kind of new to this whole tiefling thing.
Rhett like thinks for a moment. Oh, you were turned into a tiefling.
More like reincarnated into one.
Rhett tries to think for a moment. It's just like technically the same, but not technically the same. Interesting wording. Why do you say reincarnated?
To make a long story short, again, I would prefer to share the full details at a later point, whenever I can talk with all of you, but I have died before. I thought I knew exactly how it happened, but a recent conversation with Lady Bridget makes me realize I don't perhaps know the full story of how I got to that point. All I remember is hearing the Gravekeeper and awaking the next morning like this.
Can Rhett use his think thonks to figure out if this is normal for something like that god to turn someone like Maribel into a tiefling?
Think thonks. Okay.
Think thonks?
You can roll a religion check and get a natural 20.
Oh,
So
okay.
give her. Go ahead and give her.
Oh, damn. I guess. All right. I'm just trying to think. Is it normal for God to change people into tieflings more so?
You can either make a history check or a religion check. I will say that your religion check is going to give you less valuable information, but you might get more information, whereas your history check or your religion check is going to give you more accurate information. And I only am allowing this because of your past. That's the only reason.
Okay.
So
Wait. So I think you mixed that up. I think you said it was supposed to be history will give less valuable information.
history will give less valuable information. Religion is the one you want, and you want to roll high. But
Okay, so religion's harder roll.
Yeah, religion's the harder roll, but you'll get more out of it. So you got to tell me which one you're gonna do right now.
I mean, they're the fucking same.
Oh, okay.
They're the fucking same.
So
for me,
religion?
so I'll go with religion. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Nah, it's not a natural 20. It's a 16, but it's not a
16?
natural 20.
16 flat or 16
Total.
total? Yeah, gods are beings who do things for very specific reasons. So you gather that if what Mirabelle says is true, and she was reincarnated, there had to have been a reason. And there had to have been a big
Okay.
ol'
That makes-
reason. A really big one. For a
That makes
god
sense.
to
That makes
mess in
sense.
mortal
The
affairs.
think donks are working.
Yeah, there had to have
Think
been
donks are working.
something pretty big. Because that doesn't sound something like that God's gonna do for no reason. Because gods don't really meddle in mortal affairs. Nobody really knows why they don't, but for the most part they don't.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Rhett, like, does his think thunks. He's, like, tapping his foot a little bit. Well, we don't know why. The only thing I could think of is that whatever the reason is, it's going to be a very, very big fucking reason. This isn't something normally gods trigger. Some people turn into tieflings for their own volition, and meddling with things, but reincarnated by a god? Especially Gravekeeper. That's one that threw me.
Truth be told, I'm not entirely certain of the details. All I remember of that night is seeing a cloaked figure wandering the place where I was cut down, gathering the souls of everyone who had died there, charging at them in a blind rage for personal, albeit stupid reasons in hindsight. Being cut down, I thought it was by this figure. Lady Bridget seems to believe that may not entirely be the case. And then I heard what I thought was the voice of the Gravekeeper. And then I'm awakening no longer human.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry you had to go through that.
The sad thing is, I'm not surprised it even got to that point. But that's information best shared with everyone whenever the chance arises.
That is fair. We can touch on this a little bit more maybe then, but in terms of the tiefling stuff, yes, that is completely normal. You don't have to worry about that being unusual, per se.
Noted.
Us tieflings are a little fiery, naturally.
Mirabelle kind of gives a bit of thought to those words. Since I don't think she would know because has admitted to being new to the whole tiefling thing.
Mm-hmm.
When you say fiery, what does that mean in terms of if anyone attempts to use fire against us?
Oh, it's not strong. Not that strong. I mean, it's like a little sting, darling, but it's not something like maybe what hurt Cecilia on her hands. What was probably 4th degree burns that she had probably would have been 2nd degree burns naturally for us, if that makes sense. We're a little bit more resistant.
I may not know exactly why I ended up this way, or if there's any deeper meaning behind what I was told to do with this second chance at life. But that is very good information to know.
Yes. Well, if you have any other questions about it, I'm happy to answer and help you out a little bit.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll probably come up with some as I get more used to this.
Am I allowed to tease you now a little bit?
If it would please you.
Is that why you keep knocking your horns into everything? I was very thrown off by it.
To be fair, when you've spent most of your life as an assassin without horns or a tail, It
Oh,
tends
the
to throw
tail
you off
thing.
greatly.
The tail thing was very funny when you almost tripped.
Yeah, it has been an adjustment, having to account for it whenever I'm doing what used to come naturally to me.
Well, you just can't let the tail just hang all about. It's for balance. You gotta learn to use it a little bit more.
While you guys are having this conversation, you guys hear dung dung dung. It's this big bell that Saphir rings every single night at the same time, 3 times a day. Once for breakfast, once for lunch, and once for dinner. And she goes into this into the bell. It reverberates across the whole ship, and she goes, "Gator for dinner, gator."
That's very funny. Well, that sounds delicious. If not a little weird, but delicious.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably go get some.
Mm-hmm. We should. All right.
And
And I also hope I didn't leave Coraline there for too long. She's probably going to be pissed off now.
Where the
The
fuck did pretty boy go?
I'm gonna say Aurora has returned to Coraline. Is like, where's Red?
I have no clue, and he's definitely getting hit upside the head when I find him.
Oh no. Anyway.
yeah,
Well, I've heard it's dinner time, so why don't we go?
Yeah, all right.
but yeah,
I'll continue cleaning this up later.
down below, Mirabelle will just go.
we both tieflings get the ear twitch feeling. Yeah, I'm fucked, aren't I?
Lo siento, I did not mean to keep you away from her for long. Just
I'm exaggerating. It's gonna be fine.
but thank you.
Of course. Come on, let's go get something to eat. I think everyone needs it.
After all of that, absolutely.
Don't trip on your tail up the stairs. He's giving her a coy smirk.
Mirabelle just responds with an annoyed growl as she follows him up the
Yeah,
stairs.
and as she's following him, he'll show that how his tail's moving, not just flopping around.
She'll watch it, and subconsciously just try to imitate as best as she can. These are all new muscles to her that she needs to get used to.
Yeah.
So as you guys head up the stairs towards dinner, Viz and Nev, you're able to make whatever concoctions you would like to make out of the gator skins. I believe you were making coats. Am I mistaken? What were you making?
No. So Viz wanted to make boots.
Okay, that takes 1 gator.
Takes 1 gator for tiny little fairy man boots.
Oh, no, you're right.
Okay,
It wouldn't
Meg.
take
No
a whole gator.
need to be hurtful.
What are you trying to make? I'll tell you if you have enough material for it.
Nev's trying to make. Nev's just helping skinning them, so then the meat could be cooked. She doesn't give a fuck about the skin.
Okay, so Viz, you're trying to make boots, and that's all you're gonna make out of it?
Man, guess Nev's not getting gator gloves.
I want that. No, I want gator gloves. I want that gator grip.
Oh,
Okay, how about this? How about Viz, you're gonna roll.
Okay.
This would be a dexterity check. And I will tell you, based on that roll, how many pairs of boots you can make for your friends and yourself.
21.
21? Out of all
21
the gators,
boots.
with 21, out of all of the gators, you could make boots for everybody.
That sounds like a good thing. So, I'm trying to think if Viz would ask how many people wanted gator boots.
Because he needs the shoe size of everybody.
He does need the shoe size of everybody.
But then
so-
again, he's pretty short, so he's staring at a lot of people's feet.
Can I make gator gloves for myself? And I want to use a feature that I have as an artificer.
So you were skinning the gator for me. So the roll is to make boots. So I'd say that he could make enough boots for everybody to make boots. Or you could swap your gator boots for gator gloves. But if you're going to swap your gator boots for gator gloves, that's all you get. It's only so much
That's
gator
fine.
and only so much Gator.
I don't need boots. I only have 1 foot.
Okay.
I
So,
only need 1 boot.
okay. So you make gator boots for everybody except Nev, who gets gator gloves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody
Like
gets a
punching
pair of
the-
gator boots.
she's like punching the air with them, and like ha 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 ha.
So everybody in the party now has matching gator boots, should they choose to wear them.
Ta-da! He presents the boots to everybody.
While we're all eating.
Yeah, he just
When
plops them on
the
the table. He's like,
When
hey!
the fuck did you whip those out?
Hey, I got gator boots.
Aurora picks hers up. These are very good quality.
Cecilia's eyes are sparkling.
Cecilia specifically have to have heels. Everyone else doesn't get a high heel, so she gets the highest heel.
It's made out of gator bone.
Oh, oh my god!
Nev helped out with these gator boots because, damn, I wanna. Yay.
Literal. She's wearing literal stiletto heels.
Cecilia's gonna put them on right away, and she's gonna give Viz and Nev a big hug.
Hell yeah.
People.
Coraline is going to pick up Viz and give him a kiss on the cheek for it.
Aww.
For the boots.
Aurora's going to go, thank you, and do a friendly pat on the back, but not realizing how much strength she might have accidentally put into it, and so probably like kind of giving him a thump on the back.
This flies off the ship. It's like, it's nothing. We got gator boots now.
Those are some
Yeah,
pretty
and I got
impressive
mine.
boots there, bud. Real solid work there.
Aw, thank you. I'm a seamster in my downtime.
Oh,
I'm
no
a lot
way.
of things in my downtime.
You're not
Yeah, no,
yanking
you
my
should see
tail
some
there,
of the-
right?
No, you should see some of the crazy shit that he comes up with. Why did I become Irish for some reason?
Hoity-toity.
They have to be Lucky Charms.
Anyway. This is so offensive. Okay, anyway, the captain kind of like leans back, she kind of acknowledges you with a little smile and goes, well, I'm downright impressed there, bud. Seriously, straight up. Real knacker work.
Aw, thank you.
Anyways, eat up! Everyone's gotta get back to their damn chores, because, we've been slacking off.
Did Viz only make gator boots for the party?
Yes.
Okay. Aw, man. I was gonna say, he would have made it for everyone if he could.
Definitely not. There's definitely not enough gator for that.
Damn.
But, Ginny and Bridget are like, hands up, they're like, Bridget's like, those are cool boots, but, you know, better be a team thing. You guys are the group, you know, have the matching. And Ginny goes, you can just say you don't want them, Bridget. You don't have to be all weird about it.
I was about to say the same thing.
It's not that I don't want them, it's just, you know, I like my boots. Ginny goes,
Can we call ourselves the Gator Goons or something now?
No.
The gator what? Nah.
Yes. Yes.
We are not calling ourselves the Gator Goons.
the gator
I
goes.
want to be the Gator Goons. I want to be the Gator Goons.
No.
A gator.
The gator goes. It's so good! It's so good!
Allie, I think you
We
just
are
killed
not
some
from-
checks.
We are not from Florida, alright?
Yeah, we are not Florida.
Guess what? Now we are. Now we
How do you not know?
Yeah, how
you know.
are you gonna walk around with all of us wearing matching gator boots and we wearing matching gator gloves and we not be called the Gator Goons?
I mean, come on, guys. We all know that Umberfall is actually just Florida, right?
I was gonna say,
Actually, though.
if we look at the
No.
map, it's perfect.
No. Please no.
No.
Please no.
We could be the Gator something else. I don't know if I want to be Gator Goons.
Okay. Workshop
Gator
it.
gang.
We'll workshop
Gator
it.
gang. Gator gang.
Jesus Christ.
I happen to be a big fan of Gator Goons. I think that one's solid. She goes, shut up.
See?
Ginny, that's so
See?
dumb.
Look, see, yeah. Alright, we'll put in a vote. We after dinner. And then start chomping into her
It's
chicken
alligator.
leg size.
Nope.
I know.
It's
I know.
alligator soup.
I said, oh, it's alligator soup.
Alligator
I guess
soup.
you started slurping.
Slurping.
Slooping.
Okay. All right. So. All right.
That should be the game, the name. Now Sloop and Slurp.
Okay. So.
Loop and slide.
Dinner's an event.
Gator slide.
You guys toy with the idea of the name Gator Goons. And Gator Gang. Regardless, that is the end of the 4th day of travel. As we lead
5th day in real life.
5th day. Would anybody like to roll for the next day who hasn't rolled yet?
I think it's, I think it was with Allie and
somebody else
Evan.
in line.
It was between you two, I think. I think you guys are the last ones.
Yeah. Do you want to roll or do you want me to roll?
I can roll. I'm
Yeah,
feeling good
Cecilia,
about
give
this.
her. Let's hear it.
After having a whole entire day of screaming at Cecilia.
Okay.
Eh.
When the dot's on the bottom, does that mean that's a 6 or a 9?
When the dot's at the bottom, that means it's a 6.
Yes.
1 second.
When the dot is on the bottom, it's.
Wait,
You come in my room just to ask me if this is a 6 or a 9? This one?
It literally says the number
That's a
when
9.
it's the dot on the bottom.
That's a 9.
Oh.
She rolled a 9. Her dice are slightly different.
Oh.
Okay, so you rolled a 9. I need you to roll a d4.
Damn. Okay. Okay,
All
come on,
right.
Jester dice.
All right, so we're gonna get. So we're not, guys. Don't be panicking about if we get to fight something. Cause think about it. Now we got Gator boots. Whatever we need to fight's just gonna become another decoration or feature of the party. All right?
We're never gonna get to roleplay this party.
Yeah,
No,
we-
we're just no. This just think of this all as preparation.
We're never gonna get to roleplay.
4? Okay, a 4. You guys are lucky. Captain Amaris is spinning the wheel and suddenly catches a drift of wind in the back and goes, "All right there, bud. Looks like we're headed into a tailwind." And kind of, and you see it as the wind kind of glides under the boat. It begins to like almost bounce in the wind slightly. It's not uncomfortable. It doesn't rock the boat, but it does make you guys go exponentially faster. And after a couple hours of travel with you all doing your chores and hanging out on the deck and doing what you need to do, Aurora and Ginny, you guys train. As you begin to like glide over, you realize that you've gained a day of travel, and you are back up on 5 days. 5 days for 5 days.
Yay!
So we sped
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, you guys get a little tailwind boost. So, yeah. What would you all like to do with the remainder of your day?
Ace Aurora would just train with Ginny for however long Ginny wants to train, and then probably once that's done, Aurora would just help out with whatever work is needed around the ship.
As you train with Ginny, I wouldn't say she's out of shape. She's maybe exaggerating that a little bit. But you can see that she's actually favoring her right shoulder a little bit. And she does have a shield and a sword, and it's her sword arm that she's kind of favoring. And you can tell she's not pushing as hard, and every time she doesn't push as hard, she kind of grits her teeth and gets really frustrated, and then tries to push back even harder, and that's when you can see that there's pain in the shoulder, and she has to kind of recoil. So after a while, she does kind of like smooth it out and loosen it up a little bit, but it's a process for her of getting back into that shape that she's looking for. Even though there's nothing, she's perfectly in shape, she's just injured.
Okay. Aurora, she doesn't say anything because she decides to not push, but I guess she's gonna kind of log that away and just keep going with Ginny. And I guess probably also like Aurora's trying to get used to her leg with the injury she sustained.
All right. But yes, that is the extent of what happens on that day. As the sun begins to... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Fizz.
Viz has an interview he has to do.
Okay.
How could you almost make him skip over his interview checks?
I'm sorry.
What the fuck
I'm
is
sorry.
wrong with you?
Who are you
It's,
looking
it's
for?
okay. He's gonna look for Coraline.
Okay.
Where's Coraline?
I mean, she's probably still getting the party stuff ready, even if Rhett isn't helping.
Now it's just the cleanup from all the broken bottles. Is that when he ditched
Yeah,
out? All right,
We
it's
cleaned up
fine.
yesterday, now we gotta set it up again.
Yeah, Rhett's helping for that. Rhett's helping with that, absolutely.
Okay, fine.
Especially when there's no
fine.
broken glass in the way.
Fine, Rhett's helping.
So, Viz walks up, pad in hand, and he's like, "Hey,
Hey Viz, what you need?
well, I've been interviewing everybody, for what happened at the party and with the stuff in the cave. So, it's your turn, I guess, for an interview."
Coraline gets like a surprisingly strong blush on her face, and she points at herself like, "You want to interview little old me? For what?"
I mean, granted, I was there, everyone was there, but you know, having multiple accounts of a situation always helps make the story sound real. Also, insight on what people think, kind of thing.
I guess sure. Rhett, do you think you can handle setting up for a little bit?
Oh, looks around a little bit. I want to say he sees Mirabelle. Oh, I'll be fine. Hey, Mirabelle, you want to help me out a little bit? Drags her along.
Or can be helping out as well.
I
Yeah.
suppose I do owe you for taking you away yesterday.
Exactly. Alrighty, let's go.
Okay. Where do you want to go for this interview?
I mean, wherever works. I'm an open book.
Okay. I guess we can walk and talk then.
Sure. And she like runs up beside him and like starts walking and talking.
So, could you tell me, in your eyes, what happened the night of the party?
You mean the night my hard work was ruined?
Ye-
Well,
Yeah.
well, the Gators came in and
Oh no, I'm sorry, not that party. The other one. Where there was an assassination.
oh, my mistake. So, you really need to explain which party you're talking about, because we're planning two. Well, planning one and then it got ruined, so yeah. The night of the party I was working it and so happened to get caught up in the madness, and no fault of my own, even though I feel real bad about it, I poisoned the Duke and Duchess, which was not fun.
Well, you didn't poison them. You gave them the thing, but
Yeah, but I helped. I should have been more suspicious about the person who gave me the bottle.
you had a good view of them. Could you describe them for me?
Shit. Can I just describe it and not actually like think about it?
Yeah, sure. You describe a person wearing a long green, it was like an emerald green tuxedo with a emerald green jacket and a white shirt with a green tie and like it was 3-piece with like a vest. Dark hair and a mask that I can't recall what it looked like. Why can I not recall what it looked like?
The mask was a bear mask with 3 claw marks.
It was a bear mask with 3 claw marks. Thank you very much. And it was a beautiful, adorned silver. Now as you recall it, you're kind of going, okay, maybe they didn't look as staff as I remember them looking in the moment, but it was a very stressful scenario. Everyone in the staff was wearing a black suit, and you're realizing now that you talk about it. Sorry, I used the word emerald green. I meant to use midnight green. As you remember it, man, maybe the color was off, and you're only thinking about it now. Sorry, you rolled a very low perception check the first time.
Yeah, that's fair. The color of the suit they were wearing wasn't like the usual servants. I don't know why I'm just remembering this now.
It's fine. Party. It was you know you were serving a party, you know.
Yeah, I guess. I wasn't originally supposed to even serve the wine. I was just taking place of the daughter of the woman I worked for at the time. She was supposed to give it to him, and then I switched places with her.
Oh. Viz writes kind of that down. He mostly, like, if Coraline looked, it's like a basic kind of thing. It's like, oh, took over someone else's position.
I mean, did you have any other questions to ask? I don't think I have any more information than that. That's my experience anyway.
For the party, I mean, you described the main suspect, so all right, then the cave stuff. What's your take on that?
Oh, the cave shit was wild, and I don't think I want to experience anything like that ever again. I can take monsters. I can take flying gators and a giant ass goose, even those were fucking weird. But a man-made monster? Nah. Nope, never again.
Viz quotes that verbatim in his notes.
Wow.
It's a great quote. It's a great quote.
Great quote. Like, never again. Fuck man-made monsters. I only battle what nature gives me. Man can go take their shit somewhere else.
He also quotes that.
Damn it.
Awesome.
Yeah, you got got anything to say about, like, anything who you might think be involved, or you know your personal opinions on it?
My personal opinion is that I have no opinion. I came from Rainier, a small farming town, to work in another big city entirely. I don't have any idea who could have done this.
Okay. I guess final question. Do you want to be want your name in the paper, or would you rather have be anonymous?
You can use my name. Plus, I could buy one of your papers, and maybe one of my family members might frame it saying that I finally got out. Something like that. And she does like air quotes as she's like saying it.
What do you mean finally got out?
I mean, I lived on my farm for a total of 186 years and didn't leave until a couple months ago. So everything that's happening right now is new to me, even being in the sky, which I'm still getting used to.
Yeah, it's pretty intense the first few times, but you take enough, you get the motion sickness over with for around the 5th time.
Fully no motion sickness yet, and I hope it stays that way.
Yeah, some people are built better than others. I know the first 3 times I was throwing up a storm. I tell you what, those people on those boats, I feel terrible for them.
I thought you guys be used to it, seeing both you and your sister can fly.
I don't know, it's something about the boat. I don't have control over myself in the air if I'm on a boat. I'm good
Well-
now. I have to travel a lot in the air for work.
Well, I guess it comes with the territory. But can I ask you a question, Viz? And
Yeah.
she kind of gets like a mischievous look on her face, like Cheshire grin for sure.
Yeah.
So, what you think of Red?
Rhett's pretty cool. There's a slight blush on his face. He's pretty cool.
Ah, just cool.
I mean, you know, I've hung out with Rhett a lot before. Whenever I'd go to, you know, Ashedonia, I like hanging around him.
Yeah, I've been made aware by him that y'all got a little bit of history, but I have a feeling that you may not be as secretive as Red, or at least you're not as good as hiding it. If no offense to that, but you seem like the type of person to wear their heart on their sleeve. Insight. I don't care what you say. I want to insight this shit. Whatever you say.
That's funny because Biz is like, what? What are you talking about? He's lost.
I don't know. I feel like maybe y'all have something going on that ain't just business.
I mean, we meet each other at clubs a lot.
Okay, is there any sign that Viz is getting what I'm saying, or is he just avoiding the question?
Viz is hold on, he's insight.
Oh, I want to insight this. Let me fucking insight. Oh my god. Okay.
I love that we're now at a point when we play this game that if you guys want to insight check each other, I don't have to mitigate it. You guys just know the rules. Because you do it all the fucking time, so I'm like, I'm tired of telling you the rules, just do it.
Okay, what does a dirty 20 get me?
God damn it! God damn it!
Read into your soul.
Did you roll
Viz is
deception?
dodging the. What?
Did you roll deception?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 16. I rolled a 1, and it's, you know, with his thing, it's anything below a 10 is a 10. So it's 16.
Wow.
Okay, well, what do I get from that?
Viz is dodging the question hard now. The first time he was like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. But then you were like clarifying more. He knows what you're talking about, and he's dodging the question.
Does he have like little like nervous tics or anything that I could point out, or he's just like avoiding it? Straight up. No tells.
His cheeks are slightly blushing, but the tips of his ears are like very bright purple.
Oh. Okay. Viz, it seems like you're trying to avoid the question, and you really should stop. I'm gonna figure shit out on my own anyway. You might as well just tell me.
What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Ah, hun, you're hopeless. You like Red? Do you want help?
Viz, whole face goes bright purple, and he's like, what gives you that idea?
You're stuttering, and your ears are as purple as a plum right now.
He gets like close to Coraline, and he's like, hey, did like Jenny talk to you about this?
Jenny, what does this have to do with Jenny?
Jenny knew. How did Jenny know?
Jenny's god is Aphrodite, and I'm just smart, and you're very obvious.
Huh. I mean, you know.
If anybody was gonna find out, it was definitely gonna be Jenny first. Me? I just see the signs, and the signs are very clear.
Viz, like, kind of like looks down at the deck of the ship, and he starts like kind of kicking his foot. He's like, you know, I mean, Red's pretty cool, yeah.
All right, look. Consider this my favor to you because you made me those really cool boots, which I will definitely be wearing for the rest of my life if I don't grow any shoe size bigger. But regardless, if I can help you talk to Red, we would be even. Plus, I just want to see how funny it is for both of you.
Oh, thank you. Ginny said kind of the same thing.
Look, don't you worry your head about Jenny. If she's asked to help you, just send her over to me. I can talk to her. And she's kind of like, has a slight blush on her face, not out of like nervousness or anything, just thinking.
Thank you. How's your shoulder doing? He's quickly trying to change that conversation to like the injury you got when we were fighting the will-o-wisps.
Okay, not gonna say anything about the like redirection. My shoulder's been fine. Still hurts a bit when I move my arm, but not too crazy. But anyway, did you have everything you needed for your little interview?
I think so. I gotta go to some people and tell them this, but when we get to Westover, don't worry about finding a place. I got a big apartment that everyone can stay in. If you'd like to.
You're too sweet. Thank you for offering.
Yeah, of course.
Alright. Well, my offer still stands. Come find me if you need anything. I gotta go help Red and make sure he ain't boring Mirabelle to death.
Oh, okay. Bye. And then like Viz walks away, and tries to get out of earshot, and he goes, "Fucking goddamn, fuck."
As you say, "Fucking goddamn, fuck," you hear this is Kiona this time, who's taking Captain Amaris's place as they're kind of steering the ship. You hear the sound of like little halfling feet as they kind of lean over the edge from underneath, and then the sounds of, "Hey yo, everybody, you gotta come check this out. We're going over another major city."
Whoa! Oh, go check it out.
Go check it out.
We shall
Y'all
go
go
see.
check it out.
We go see.
You guys look over and you see a much larger city, almost comparable in size to Asherdonia, but just a little wee bit smaller. What's shocking about it is you can actually see there are 3 or 4 other airships docked over a port not too far from outside the city bounds. Am I tripping, or is that a fact? Let me double check that that's a fact.
You have ships there. Whether you have an airship port, yes, you do. If it's this place I'm thinking of.
Is it an airship port? There is an airship port.
I see your map.
And as you kind of look over it, you're kind of like peering in at these ships over the side. The city itself is this like massive pillared city. Everything is made out of pillars. There's these big spired peaks, and there's like these larger kind of built into what looks like the crest of the side of a small mountainscape. Like, it's a really small mountain range, and that's because it's along the river, but there's also a whole city built into it. There's like a little spires with like these pillars sticking out, and everything's kind of like, walls are very much a liminal space here. You can see that most of the buildings have these large pillared and marbled walkways that then lead into a smaller walled in area, but everything seems to be open, despite the time of the year. And the roofs of them are kind of scaled and sloped down, all shades of this beautiful garnet red. You see that red kind of encapsulates the colors of this city, and there's one massive building completely sold in. It's like a massive, it almost looks like a red brick Victorian, but instead of brick, it's sliding, and it's built up to be really small at the front and slowly get wider along the top that crests into this garnet red roof. And just outside of it, it seems to be the center focal point of this city. And then just outside of it, you can see a statue of a very familiar looking woman. And you know she looks familiar because Captain Amaris was imitating her when you guys met. Kiona kind of leans down and goes, "Hey, yo, Mars, you're not gonna want to miss this. It's your lady city." And you hear, "Oh, no way, bud. Hold on 1 second." And he gets out and like looks over the side, and you can see that all throughout the streets, there are people like that look like tiny little specks. And you see all of them are wearing garnet red. In fact, it's very rare that you see someone who's not wearing red on them somewhere. Some of them have more red, some of them have less red, but it's still very much a prevalent color throughout the city. Without a doubt, this is the city of Avhalia, the founding city of Gildmoor and the founding city of the Garnet Hand.
Oh, that's cool.
The sun is slowly beginning to set in the distance over the brink of this city as you begin to pass over it, large enough that it takes 5-10 minutes as you gaze in at the sight of the different architecture. Some people look up as your ship goes over and they just kind of take it in. You see that there's a couple sentries who seem to be wearing full garnet red along like a citadel around the city, who kind of just gently look at you and just make sure that you're heading outside the city. At this point, Kiona goes, "Oh, maybe I made a bit of a mistake here," and kind of just keeps pulling through. And Amaris goes, "Don't worry, bud. They're not going to stop us. If they were going to, they would have already." And then...
Why would they have stopped us?
"Oh, you know, bud, it's a bit of a protected city, you know? They have their superstitions that things are going to come back to haunt them. One of them is demons and devils, so they're always keeping their eyes peeled."
Fair.
But yeah, you do not want to get in a fight with anyone down there. Almost all of them are trained in some kind of martial art. It's not a very fun place to visit, to be honest, but beautiful.
Intriguing.
After a couple of moments, you
Sounds
guys
quite fascinating.
pass over it, and you see that you're still following the Seacord River. But you are gently breezing over it at the end of the 5th day. And as the 5th day ends, is tonight the party, or is tomorrow the party?
Red and Coraline, is tonight the party or is tomorrow the party?
What do you think? What do you think, Caroline? I think we should get... What do you think? I think the party should happen after one more roll. See what the fuck happens. I think everyone needs to roll at least once before the party.
Who
That's
hasn't
just my...
rolled yet?
I
Liz.
think it's
You still need
Liz, yeah.
Evan to roll.
I think that would make it perfect.
Okay. Alright.
Fine. If anything happens, it's your fault.
Okay.
Listen, a party after 1 week of rolls. Come on, that's a good. That's good. Good in between.
Okay. You all sleep through the night, restfully. Nev, you kind of go to bed, and as you're going to bed, you kind of look at your hands.
Uh-oh.
And you can see the skin slowly starting to kind of flake. And you kind of peel your arm back on your sleeve a little further and just look. And... starting to spread. 5 midnight's gone. Anyway, you wake up at the beginning of the next morning. Evan, go ahead and roll for the next day.
Oh.
Natural one, natural one, natural one, natural one!
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Damn
not.
near close. Damn near close. I got a 13.
13. Oh, the other side of the 13 is a 1, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like literally touching it from the base.
Yeah. Okay. 13. Roll me a d4.
Oh.
Is this the highest roll I think we've gotten? Like in terms, I feel like we haven't gotten any higher than a 10. with
Somebody
most rolls.
rolled higher.
Did we?
Somebody rolled an
I thought
18.
someone got us. Yeah. What'd I do? Oh, what did I do?
What'd you roll?
I got 2.
2. Clear, normal, beautiful day of travel. Nothing in the skies, nothing seeming to bother you as you go through. It's a beautiful morning. It's like a nice, tasteful early spring temperature. It's often cold up at the top of the ship because of the wind being so high up. But it must be hot down on the like regular surface floor, because up here it's like a nice warm sun on your face temperature. Beautiful day.
We're waiting for the other shoe to drop.
It's very normal.
For the other shoe to drop.
It's a very normal day.
Does Ginny want to train more with Aurora, or is she good after the one training
You
session?
come out, let me find out. You come out the next morning, and she's beating you there. She's doing push-ups in her armor on the deck of the ship. Which you kind of stand there and watch for a minute. It's like mad impressive. That armor's probably like 50 pounds. And she's doing push-ups, like waiting for you to come up. She doesn't notice you're there. She's just kind of doing them. And you realize that she's actually still favoring her shoulder, which now you realize that shoulder is being favored from the fight with the Gators, when she got rolled. But it's even more impressive watching her do it in armor, because that means her right shoulder, which is her dominant hand, is the one that she's kind of loosening up on. And so she's doing most of it with her non-dominant arm and lifting all of her weight plus armor on the deck of the ship. Very impressive.
Aurora's just going to kind of be quiet for a moment, and then just like, I'm gonna say she takes her glaive off the sheath on her back and just kind of like gently sets the bottom. This is dual bladed. She sets the second bladed side on the deck and goes, "It seems like you're feeling a little better."
And she kind of stops, halts, holds like a plank formation. She looks up at you and goes, "A little bit. We'll see how it goes for the rest of the training session." Does one more push-up, stands up, kind of dusts off her armor, and pulls her longsword and goes, "Ready to go?"
Aurora kind of like spins her glaive, not to be showy, just spins it in her hand and goes, "Yes, I am."
Okay. Make an opposed athletics check. We're gonna see who wins.
Jesus, oh god!
She's going harder today, so she's actually gonna see if she can beat you in a spar. Yesterday she was Prex.
Okay.
Today's the real deal.
Okay. Gotta roll up the sleeves now. Alright.
Which Swole is gonna win? The newly working out Shek Swole, aka Jimmy.
Well, Ginny's a lot stronger than Shex is in real life.
But Ginny's also having to warm up just like you have been.
I rolled pretty well, Swolf. What'd you get?
Yeah, no, you're definitely going to beat me because sadly I rolled a 9.
A 9. She
For
rolled.
my athletics, yeah.
She rolled a 23 with her athletics.
Oh shit!
So you begin to spar for a little bit, and then she catches you as you're spinning the glaive. It's a two-handed weapon, so you have to hold it with both hands. She catches she lifts her shield up, catches it under the side of her shield, and kind of brings it down so that the glaive is kind of exposing your whole body. And then she takes the hilt of her blade and actually like stops right before she's about to slam it into your chest. If this were a real fight, this would be a fatal wound right through the heart, but she kind of holds the hilt of her blade there and then kind of recoils and like lets you go immediately and goes, "Oh, good fight, getting back in it." And you can see she's proud of herself, but she's also like kind of annoyed she couldn't do that yesterday.
Or looks out where the sword would have gone and looks at Ginny and goes, "Very impressive."
Thank you. I'm not all lipstick and glamour. I've got some grit.
Yes, indeed. I can tell. Shall we go again?
Yeah, let's go again. You guys continue for the duration of the, morning?
Yeah, probably morning. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else we're doing today? Who are you interviewing today, Viz?
Well, if anyone else has to go with their thing first, they can, but he's gonna go to Cecilia.
Okay.
Honestly, I think the only other thing that I'm doing is still like the final touches for the party. The final touches.
Okay, the final touches. So you guys are all getting ready?
And at this point, he's like looped in Mirabelle. He's looped in Aurora after the sparring. You know, he's starting to get people to work with him now.
I do want to talk to Red after Viz does his thing though.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it after. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Viz goes to find Cecilia.
Okay.
What's Cecilia doing?
What are you up to, Cecilia?
Cecilia has learned about the party, and she has taken out her bag of holding and she's taken out every pair of shoes she owns and has lined them up and is trying to choose which pair to wear.
So, Viz, you go into the room that you are all sleeping in, like a sleeping quarters. It's like a set of rooms with like hammocks. So you've all been sleeping in like all together in a room full of hammocks. It's a decent sized room, but it's still a tight space. And then you walk in and you see that Cecilia's covered every single surface with shoes. About how many shoes do you think, Cecilia?
Can I like roll for it? I don't know. We've never talked about this.
You can just
Roll
tell me
a
how many you think she would have. Yeah, roll a D100.
We'll do yeah.
I love this. That's high. 84.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
That's very high.
So you see that every surface of this room is covered with shoes.
It's an army.
Oh my god. Is there like a stairway going into this room? Or like a wall that Viz wouldn't see the shoes right away when he turns the corner?
No, it's on the deck of the ship. So it's on, if you remember the layout of the ship, there's like 2 higher sections on the deck. One of them is the captain's quarters, which is the back end of the ship. The front end of the ship is that room where you're all sleeping in. So you just open the door and are met with shoes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, Viz opens the door, is like, hey, Cecilia, whoa!
Hello.
Where'd all these come from?
She's going to kind of like gesture very like distractedly to like a bright pink satchel on one of the hammocks as she's just kind of like sorting and like picking up different pairs and like holding them up to her outfit and just kind of like mumbling to herself as she throws shoes around.
Ah. Okay. Is this for the party?
Yes. Yes, I've never been to a party quite like this, so, you know, I want to put my best foot forward, as they say.
Viz will laugh at it. It sounds like a fake laugh, but it's genuine. I know you're a little preoccupied right now, but I've been doing some interviews throughout the ship, and I haven't interviewed you yet, so you mind if I interview you?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay, how am I gonna ask this? So this is kind of a very personal thing. I'll preface it how I did with Ginny and Bridget. So this is about the party, where the drinks were poisoned. Since I was in attendance at it, I don't know if any other reporters were, but I'd guess that the family would rather have the truth be out there. And since I have a couple of people here that, were a part of that family, I'd interview them for, clarity's sake.
I trust you are not trying to ruin my family. You can ask me questions.
Sorry, you cut out a little bit on my end.
Oh. I trust you are not trying to ruin my family's reputation, Viz. Just ask any questions.
Okay. From your perspective, what happened?
All right. Well, after all the dancing, and it was time for the Duke and Duchess, late Duke and Duchess, Oscar and Calliope, to make a toast to thank everyone in attendance. We were my family and I were brought separate bottles of wine from the cellar. We toasted, drank it, And we were all immediately poisoned and dropped to the floor. Yes. It was quite terrifying. And felt quite helpless.
Did you have any sight of the person that could have poisoned you?
I did not. But I knew it was not any of the staff who were serving the alcohol to us. But for the most part, because that would be absolutely idiotic to serve poison and remain in the room. But I did not see the poisoner, if that is what you were asking. Although I do believe there were 2 bottles, and I believe we only had 1. Which is quite concerning.
Okay. Who do you personally think is involved?
I am not quite sure. I thought our trip to the mines would illuminate some potential suspects and options, but the more we learn, the more I fear that we aren't as close to finding this poisoner as I would hope. It feels like we're on a bit of a wild goose chase.
Ah, okay. Speaking of the mine, what was your take on that?
Oh, and I think you see Cecilia choosing her words very carefully, like there'll be a bit more of pausing between sentences and words. I was quite grateful to be able to, with our friends, aid the town of Rayford and Countess Mountbatten, of course. The creatures that were in the mines were strange. They were quite unnatural, and I am quite interested, although worried and concerned, about whatever person or individual created them. Because should they be creating more, that would be quite dangerous.
Is there anything else you would like to add to either story? Just like a personal thing, if you want.
I believe this group, I believe we will do good. I do believe, although I am concerned, that we will put an end to this fear and foolishness of whoever is going around terrorizing people.
Okay. Would you like to be credited, or would you like to be anonymous?
Maybe credited. That is fine. I apologize if some of my answers were vague.
Oh no, it was perfect. Do you want me to quote you on the absolutely idiotic part?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I think that's... Well, we can all have a little fun.
I agree. I'm just worried that might put like a target on your back. Since James in the paper, they know who said it and all.
I have nearly lost my life so many times in the last few weeks. I somehow feel oddly invincible. I feel, I was almost swallowed by a gator yesterday. Thank you for aiding and making sure I did not die. Thank you very much. But,
Of course.
Yes, perhaps it is foolish. I've not really left Astrodonia before, but I don't know, something about being on this airship and doing all this makes me feel invincible.
Well, that's good. He'll close his notes and he'll be like, how you doing, by the way? Like, I know you said invincible, but you got pretty rocked back there a few times.
Absolutely, I was. My shit was absolutely rocked. But it's invigorating. I spent so much time in a lab, in a study, just reading, and I feel... I'm not going to lie, yesterday was bad. Yesterday was a bad day, and I was quite overwhelmed by the flying alligators. But today there's just something about feel and just renewed, invigorated, and I'm very excited to be on this journey.
Well, I know I'm glad you're here.
Oh, thank you very much, Fizz. I'm glad you're here as well.
Yeah.
If she's kind of like thinking, how are you doing, Biz?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to insight that, you can. I can roll a
I'm
deception.
I want to insight, yeah, because Cecilia knows something. Dirty 20.
I got a 21, but
Damn. Could
You-
I use... Sorry.
that's okay.
I'm gonna use Saving Face to get a 21.
Okay.
Me
Uh,
too. It.
Viz, yeah, he's not okay. He's very much trying to put on a face. And if you've noticed him recently, day drinking, he is trying to find ways to distract himself.
Is Viz day drinking right now?
No.
Okay. I'm very sorry about your friend Viz.
Viz's he had like this smile, and it kind of like weakens a little bit. And he's like, "Hi, it's no big deal, you know. Didn't know what they were getting into."
I hope. I do not want to tell you how to react or feel or give you words of sympathy if you do not wish them, but please know I have a lot of experience with grief, and it's very difficult. And if you would ever like anybody to talk about it, or just about your friend, I will listen.
Well, his smile kind of comes back, and he's like, well, thank you. That's really nice of you. Oh no, you go ahead. He was just going,
If you ever find yourself, when I spent much time alone, and that's good because you can develop many fun hobbies and habits. But if you would ever like to, do something together while, we're on this seemingly endless ship journey, I'll be more than happy to spend time with you.
that's really sweet. I mean, I don't have anything going on before the party. Do you need help choosing some shoes?
Absolutely. Yes. Okay, come look. And she's gonna walk Fizz through every pair of shoes that she owns.
Okay. Outside, the party has already kind of gotten started, and by party, I mean, post-lunch, Ginny is, drinking and starting a rousing, song myriad throughout the ship, including everybody's favorite sea shanties, like, "My mother once stole a raven," and "Ox me a question, you dumb ox." There's lots of classic ones that are coming around from across Tyrosa and from across Gildmoor that she is rousing. I was
expecting you to say Wellerman.
The iconic and royalty-free Wellerman and Jolly Sailor Bold, all of those ones. Drunken Sailor, classics. The best one is Fiddler on the Deck, when at one point Kiona actually pulls a fiddle out of her bag that she has, and she actually begins to do it, and everybody starts like slamming, by everybody I mean like the crew, begin like slamming their fists against the side of the ship in rhythm to the fiddle. It's pretty great. It's already kicking off. So what are some last minute preparations that you all make? And for those who have been planning the party, how does it go? What do the final preparations look like?
Lots of alcohol.
Lots of
every alcohol that they could have found, except for the special ones.
Yeah, like taking shots while setting everything up.
Like little decorations that they probably put together. and stuff like that. Yeah, Coraline wanted to talk to Rhett before the party, but we could still
this could
yeah.
still be like everybody's like started drinking now, and like they're still kind of setting up.
Yeah,
Last
probably
minute
like
stuff.
makeshift like little wreaths and shit out of cloth, just a bunch of like whatever they could scrap around and find and put together, basically.
Yeah.
Maybe like set up an area for dancing too, even, who knows.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. But Coraline, as they're like setting things up with Rhett, she kind of goes like, "Oh, what do you think of Ginny?"
Of Ginny? Looks at her singing sea shanties. Ginny just going fucking wild over there.
Yeah, I don't know how she's making What Do You Do with the Drunken Sailor seductive, but she kind of is. She's like dropping it low. She's taking off her armor. You can see that her bracelet's around her arm.
Dropping it low.
So she's just in these like in these like slutty vestments with like a like complete slit around the center. And she's like bopping and dancing and vibing, and she's like literally going up to every crew member who is banging their fists and like literally grinding against them and like singing like, you know, she's white girl partying it up. She's having a great time. She's got a tankard of ale in her hand that's half empty, spilling everywhere.
Rhett just like is trying to hold back the laughter. Just like looks at Ginny's just like nodding, looks at Coraline. I think it speaks for itself, darling. She is a wild one for sure.
Yeah, she seems like a wild one.
Why are you asking? Are you?
Am I what?
Oh. Are you trying to talk to her, maybe? Is that why you wanted me to pull Aurora really away? I understand. Maybe a little bit of jealousy.
Oh, shut up. I ain't jealous of nobody. I don't do jealousy. Jealousy wastes time.
That is fair, that's fair. Well, is that why you're asking me then?
It may have crossed my mind after the flying gator fight.
Mm-hmm. Well,
she held her own real good.
Yeah, and you were making quite interesting comments to her as well near the end. It was very, you know, I should have seen it coming.
Look, a lot of adrenaline rushing and everybody calming down after a big fight. Just say things that you didn't think twice about. It's not like I regret it, but may have not been the best time to say.
You're giving me the impression though that you want to say more now. Is that right?
Maybe.
Well, she is singing, and she is absolutely going batshit right now with her dancing. I think you just have a pretty open window right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but it's kind of getting to the point where it's batshit enough to where I might get hit if I try getting close.
You won't get hit if you're as batshit. Holds out an entire bottle to her.
I will say at this point, Nev is also joined the party and is drinking and is also dancing like a madman.
Oh my god.
Can you describe Nev's dancing a little bit?
Oh my god. She's a little bit tipsy, so she definitely doesn't have all the rhythm to it, but she's keeping up. She's keeping up.
She's keeping up?
It's a lot of shuffling.
I was just here. All I could think of is the whip my hair back and forth.
Give me a second over here. Okay, you start shuffling, doing the shuffle, and Ginny, who is leading this dance with like the crew, you see that Brilmy and Saphir and Lasagna, they've all kind of like gotten up, and they're kind of like all taking part of this dance. You start dancing, and she goes, "That's it, now get in here, and then she starts like, as you approach and you start shuffling in that direction, you hear kind of and she's like beatboxing over the sound of a fiddle to like better fit the vibe of what you're doing. She's the ultimate hype woman. She's just trying to get everybody to dance, so she starts beatboxing over your shuffle. I'll roll a performance to see how on rhythm it is. It's pretty on rhythm. That's a 16. That's decent. It's pretty on rhythm, and it gives you like a bit of a bass, and then the fiddle starts taking like a totally different turn. Like Kiona starts like realizing like where it's going and kind of draws the fiddle lower and is doing like a like kind of goes in rhythm with the shuffle and the beatboxing. It sounds like the best of Umberfall's dark rave music. and all the inspirations kind of come from that. So it gives you like a bit of a background beat to kind of go off of as you're dancing.
Yeah, Nev's definitely gone to sewer rave.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's a party.
That's what Nev's doing.
Yeah, you're gonna need this. Holds the bottle closer to Coraline, the entire bottle.
She takes the bottle as she's like watching this whole ordeal, and what size bottle is it, and what am I drinking? What did you hand me, Red?
I don't know. What did I?
I'll roll for it.
I roll for? Thank you.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
That's cocked.
Yay!
It's a bottle of tequila, and it is.
There you go. That's what you would have chosen.
It is a normal size bottle of tequila.
Normal size bottle. Okay.
Can to join batshit, you must be batshit, darling.
She takes the bottle and proceeds to drink half of it.
What? Drink what out of it?
Half.
Half of it.
Half of
Damn.
a bottle of tequila? Make it in one sip. Make a con saving throw, you fucking psycho. What the hell? What the fuck?
Regret that.
You're gonna drink half a bottle of tequila. Make a con saving throw. DC 20. That's insane. That's the craziest shit I've ever heard in my whole life.
I got a beat 20.
You got a B20 with disadvantage. I should give you disadvantage.
Can I be rooting for her for advantage?
I will say, just so you don't have disadvantage because Rhett's cheering you on, it's a straight roll.
It's a straight
Yeah,
roll,
psycho.
and I have to
Who
beat-
does that?
I have
That is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my whole life. You're gonna drink a whole bottle of tequila. You're gonna try to drink half a bottle of tequila out of the bottle. Roll your con save.
That's something Nev would do.
Yeah, but you have experience in that field. Coraline does not. Go ahead and roll.
What do you mean Coraline does not?
Can you, if you can make the roll, if you can make an argument next time out of chat as to why Coraline would have experience drinking half a bottle of tequila in one sitting? Yeah, Nev is the kind of person who drinks absinthe. But that's bananas. You know what I mean?
I mean, it is canon that Nev is an alcoholic and has been for a while, so she's built up the constitution.
That is
Come on, do it. You got it. Do you have anything to help you out with? You got like guidance? You got nothing?
No.
I don't have anything, but I will be using my crystal dice because that is my lucky dice.
Aw.
Just make any kind of, I don't care, just make a roll. What's your con bonus?
So, beating a 20, gotta get a 19 or a nat 20. That's the only way
my
this is
God.
gonna work. That's the only way this is gonna fucking work for me.
Because
And
this is crazy!
A con save.
Yeah.
This is a con save.
This is like when the barbarian is like, I go over to the motor oil and drink it. It's like, what?
Let this girl have a fun time.
I know. This is gonna dictate what happens.
Guess what?
Did you get a 19?
I got an 18.
You got an 18.
And
So plus 1 is 19?
Wait, plus 1? Do you only have a plus 1 to your con?
18 plus 2. So that's
Plus 2 is 20. Okay, so here's what happens. You start... Yeah, is your con plus 1 or plus 2? I don't even remember.
It's plus 2.
Oh, okay, it's plus 2. You begin to consume, and it's painful. There is a lot of moments where you kind of like pull it back and you're like, what the fuck am I doing? And you just keep going, because, you know, this is crazy. You keep going, you make it down, half the bottle's gone, you're holding it in your gut, you immediately get that like whooshy feeling in your stomach where you're like, you know when you like start drinking alcohol and then a little later you're like, I'm gonna throw up probably. It's not right now's problem, it's later's problem. But half a bottle of tequila will set you up to be... You can tell just by the basis of it, in 25 minutes you're going to be fucked. But it's a nice burn right now, and it feels good. And you know what? You do feel a little more courageous.
Yeah. Okay.
Holy fuck.
Look, Rhett. Already.
You're already slurring. You're already drooling. Clean yourself.
I'm not drooling, okay?
He's like he's laughing while he says that. Well, get in there.
I'm trying, but I'm busy talking to you, ain't I?
You're more busy not moving your feet.
cut
And he
to
start pushing her forward.
As you start pushing it forward, cut back to what's currently happening at the party. Nev, you're still shuffling. Jenny's still beatboxing, but there's a point where she kind of like passes this over to Lazan, who begins taking the place in beatboxing. She's not as good, but she's holding her own. And you hear, you see Ginny like pulling like an invisible rope. Like, she's, like, pulling an invisible rope, and then Bridget is doing that, like, move with her shoulders where she's getting in the floor. You see that she also has a tankard of ale in her hands. This is the most relaxed you have ever and probably will ever see Lady Bridget. She is clearly
so
half
funny.
a beer in. She's having a good time. She's doing a little shuffle with her shoulders over to Ginny as she, like, pulls her in with the rope, and it's, like, this cool, like, back and forth double move. And she starts doing, it's not the robot, it's the skeleton. She starts, like, moving her hands back and forth and, like, spinning them around in a circle. And she's doing, like, these, like, little skeleton motions where it looks like she's got, like, her bones connected. It's very Miley Cyrus doing the bone dance from Hannah Montana. And they're kind of going back and forth and vibing. And then Ginny picks up the beatboxing again and starts doing it over Nev's shuffle and Bridget doing the skeleton. That's currently what you see as you finish drinking your tequila.
It's amazing. That is
I'm in
awesome.
love with Bridget.
That is the shit
That
that I
was
am
so
seeing
cute.
and getting myself into. Fun.
I will
Alright.
just say, by the way, Aurora is just like, she has her own tankard of ale or beer or whatever, and is just like standing about as far away from the dancing as possible, trying to look as small as she can.
Rhett will come on over. You're getting into this dance, whether you like it or not, Aurora. Pretty, please.
Aurora just like not looking
He like does
at
the
him.
hands together.
She's just
One
not looking,
time.
she's like,
One
"No."
time. If Bridget can get into this, you have to. Just this once. And then for not nothing. Just this once. For me.
Ginny immediately helps you, Rhett, because across the yard she shouts,
Oh,
"Everybody
no.
get y'all asses up here right now because we're having a dance party, and if you're not participating, you're not getting any love from me from now or for the foreseeable future." And she's like drinking as she does it. It's a
Now
mess.
you definitely need to join.
Why? That makes me even more concerned.
She's gonna try hoop his like arm like with hers and try and like get her out. Come on.
Aurora makes this look of like, I am so going to regret this, and like very begrudgingly lets Rhett pull her, but she's still holding her drink. She's like
Hell
drinking
yeah.
it, just like, yeah, no, not happening.
Hell yeah. Come
Alright.
on, just join.
What is everyone doing? Is everybody on the dance floor?
Wait, what about Cecilia? What about the
Cecilia,
shoe?
Viz, what are you guys doing?
Would because Viz would have asked this. I mentioned a bit ago that Viz would go out first and then start doing like a drum roll on something for Cecilia to have an entrance. If she wouldn't want that, then Viz wouldn't do it.
Absolutely.
Viz would call everyone's attention then.
You call everyone's attention. The beatboxing stops. Everyone kind of just turns. And Bridget, who's kind of drunk on her drink, goes, "Why do we stop the party? It better be a good reason."
Oh, the party didn't start. It's just arriving, and then he does the drums.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Cecilia, how do you enter?
She throws open the door. And like enters with like a twirl.
You hear immediately.
And she's like,
"Woo!"
Red starts cheering.
You do a twirl. What shoes did you wear?
and like, well, she's used prestidigitation to make her like usual like robes look all sparkly, and she is wearing a pair of very high heeled alligator boots.
Yeah.
Modified to look like platform,
Oh my god.
like those like platform, like I can't describe it. They're like so tall, it looks like one wrong move, one wrong breeze, and her ankle's gonna snap. You know,
I think I know
like
which ones you're describing. Like those,
Absolutely.
they look like pure torture devices, and somehow you're like, how the hell are you
Absolutely.
walking?
Like
in
a
them?
straight, like
Absolutely.
8-inch stiletto, just like up in the air.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Aurora?
Absolutely. Platform
gonna say-
stiletto.
I'm gonna say Aurora, looking at the shoes, slowly looks at Rhett and goes,
Are those weapons that she's wearing?
Probably could be used as one. He's still cheering and
You hear
clapping.
an enormous cheer erupt from the crew, including Captain Amaris, who's like leaning on who spins the wheel of the ship to like turn it slightly and goes, "Hell yeah, bud, get on up here. Those are some party shoes." And there's like a chorus of eruption and excitement.
Oh, it's so cute.
"Oh my gosh."
I will say, I think the other thing, because me and Shelby talked about it, I have cantrip specialist. And I've just discovered a new cantrip. So as she is also going, I think, after like picking shoes out with Biz and like, hanging out, like she's feeling very giddy and very like mischievous. And she is going to use wardrobe malfunction just continuously throughout the party.
What?
Do you want to tell us what that cantrip does?
Is that?
Sure.
What is?
I hate that.
I just found it.
I hate that gleeful little.
you
Sure.
Yeah. You point at a target within your sight and make reference to the part of their outfit you wish to affect. The mentioned article of clothing suffers a malfunction, including but by no means limited to shoes coming untied or unstrapped, buttons coming undone, pants ripping, flip-flops flying up, and so much more. If the target is not wearing clothes, the spell will in fact conjure a piece of clothing onto the person to be affected.
That is perfect.
My Jesus.
Oh my god.
I forgot I saved a bunch of homebrew spells out of boredom, and then I forgot y'all could see them.
Yeah!
Jesus.
It's mine now.
Or-
The
Celia
target
about to-
suffers no damage except the emotional scars gained from public embarrassment.
Are we about to
Oh,
get
dear
pants
God.
by none other
Yeah,
but
we're about-
Cecilia?
We're about to get pants by
Holy shit! I thought
Going
those
to
were
get
never big.
Not pantsed. Pants getting ripped.
No,
Other
no.
things.
Chex, are you
Oh
allowing
my god.
the homebrew stuff I accidentally added?
This I'll allow. I'll say that there's no reason Cecilia couldn't have this.
It is a lot. It is a lot like
It's more-
prestidigitation.
It's a lot like
It's-
prestidigitation.
It's
and also-
Just the opposite.
She's also used this on Tybalt before.
She has used this on Tybalt before.
She made it specifically for him.
I'll say that Cecilia is canonically the creator of this cantrip, as a modified version of prestidigitation. Another interesting thing that happens throughout the night is that Lady Bridget has conjured her own spell to help aid the parties on top of all of you setting up. For the duration of the evening, you will all see these dark, purpley, white dancing lights that erupt and look like little string lights at a party around the sides of the ship. And they will stay there for as long as she has concentration on them, which at certain times you're like, she about to black out? They kind of like flicker a little bit, but then she's back up and all good and having a good time again as the lights kind of conjure themselves up around. But nevertheless, it is a night of festivity and party, and it is off to a fantastic start.
Hell yeah.
Aurora
Hell.
just trying to dance, but is
Red will
not-
like twirl her arms and stuff. Try and get her to help her move her feet. That won't ever move.
her ears are just like pinned to her head.
Oh my god. Jesus. Wait, is Maribel on the floor? I gotta make sure everyone's here. Rhett's making sure.
Yes, Mirabelle's on the dance floor.
He's just like gonna make his rounds with everyone who's like the more awkward ones and just try and get them to dance, try and get them like hyped up.
I'll say when Rhett leaves Aurora instantly looks like she's in panic mode.
He would not have left her. He would have thrown her to Ginny.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Another one. Not leaving you alone.
Anybody who gets thrown at Ginny is immediately met with one of two things, randomly determined by a d4 roll. It's either the most sexual shit you've ever experienced in your whole life, or it's just entirely like some like waltz that does not at all fit the theme of the music, or it's rave music and like it's really like up in your face. Everyone is sweating. There's like 100 people. There's like 17 of you total, maybe. But there's like, but everybody's like all of a sudden really close together and like raving and vibing. Or it's just like a straight up like kind of like high school teeny bop dance. You know what I mean?
Am I rolling a d4 for this, or are
Nope,
you?
I am.
Oh god.
Ooh, this is fun. It's like a little bit of a mix of like a waltz and a salsa. She like puts her arm around your shoulder and then like drops to the floor and then like slides up around you and like spins you in a circle and is like, whoa! Like literally like so fucked and not at all there mentally. But she's having a great time. It's like a little bit sexual, it's like a little bit sweet, it's like a little bit fun, you know? Combination of all those things.
I will say, Aurora, like, she's gonna go, are you alright? Her ears are, again, just like full on flat against her head, and her one eye is just wide.
Loosen up, darling, it's a party, have fun! And she spins you. And you're immediately caught, this is funny. Kiona catches you with the other shoulder and goes, yeah, come on. Have fun. Spins you back again, and you begin to get tossed through the crowd like one of those like things you get on Christmas. One of those spinny tops you get on Christmas. You're
That's
like
the funniest reaction I've ever heard.
That's funny.
Aurora's so huge and all muscles. She's just so confused.
Who is not dancing?
Is everybody?
The shoes are made to be looked at, not to be used.
Rhett will approach, look at the shoes, and I understand.
I'm gonna back off.
Go back.
I'm gonna step away now.
But he'll still bring her a drink, though.
Aurora's gonna try to get away from the dance trap that she's in.
You try to get away from it?
She's like getting passed around.
Okay.
Well,
at one point you get passed around and you get tossed past Bridget, who like throws you in a direction. She's so drunk, she just tosses you in some direction. As you get tossed, you feel an arm reach out, grab your shoulder, and yank you back, and it's Captain Amaris. And she's like, listen, bud, if you're not gonna dance, do you want to hold the wheel so I can go do it?
I will hold the wheel, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Do you need a drink or something, dear? You look like a hot mess express.
I would not mind another drink. That was a lot.
She hands you the tankard that she was holding and goes, have a good one, and just like holds up these like little peace signs and backs into the dancing crowd and disappears.
Aurora shoots Rhett a look that promises revenge.
just gives a thumbs up and is working on throwing Coraline to Ginny now, getting her thrown into
All
it.
right, I'll take that. Just throw me.
Rhett's just trying to throw everyone. That's all he's trying to do.
Okay, so wait, what's happening?
Now Rhett's gonna do the same thing that he did to Aurora, but to Coraline to Ginny. Start that up.
Tossing Coraline to Ginny. Okay, make a dex save. Or a dex...
Oh, shit.
Me?
I'd say dex...
Me or...
Yeah, make a dex check.
Me? Okay, dex check.
And Ginny makes hers with disadvantage because she's strong.
She's strong. It's disadvantage, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to roll anything, or am
Nope.
I just the
Oh
ball?
my god.
You were the options.
Okay. Oh my god!
What?
You got a nat 20, didn't you?
Got 2 natural 20s.
You got 2. Okay.
2 in a row.
You with accurate, Ginny rolled a 4, but it doesn't matter if she rolled a 4 because you rolled 2 natural 20s. You spin Coraline, you go like twirling through the air. And Ginny sees you coming, she like reaches up with her forearm and catches your hand in between hers and like ends it with like, so on that last spin you kind of spin and then she kind of like dips you down right as the music kind of like like crescendos. So it's like perfectly on time, and then she like pulls you back up and then spins you again and starts just like doing the general dance. And she goes, hey darling, what you doing? Having fun?
It's fun, as much fun as I can right now. And I think I just got thrown by Rhett and I didn't see it coming.
Well, that just means you're here to have fun. What's the problem? Loosen
No
up.
problem. I mean, my day's gotten better right now.
Are you intentionally trying to be flirty?
Yes.
Oh my god. Meanwhile, Viz and Never just doing the Chainsaw Man dance.
Oh my
Hell fucking
God.
yeah.
The Chainsaw Man? Hold on. Who's got what instruments here? I gotta figure out what goes best with the Chainsaw Man dance.
Well, okay, if
I
we're
mean-
talking about anything that goes with this dance, it's the fucking theme song that plays for Chainsaw Man.
Or, you know, polka music with an accordion.
Yeah. At one point, too, so people who are currently playing instruments, we've got Kiona who's playing like a fiddle, and it's like using a fiddle. There's also Lozana's got their hand and is kind of like banging it against the back of the ship, which like mimics a drum. There's like a pad there that she uses, and you get the sense that she's the one keeping rhythm here. Bromy, who's not much of a dancer, does have a set of like honking big bagpipes, and then what looks to be like some.
The way you set that up!
Honking big
with
set
her
of bagpipes.
Yeah, babe, those bazongas are honking.
Honk, honk.
Like a big set of bagpipes, but she's also got like what looks to be just like your straight up like lute, which goes along pretty well with like a fiddle because there's like a strumming pattern that goes there. Every once in a while she'll switch them up. Right now it's the bagpipes, which go shockingly well with the Chainsaw Man for some reason. Doesn't seem to make any sense at all, but it does.
Yeah.
At the moment. And that's currently the vibe that's going on throughout the deck of the ship.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Back to the
vibe.
flirt. Back to your flirt.
Alright, I'm waiting for a response, man.
She didn't respond. Ginny is not really the kind of. Hold on, let me roll something. She is the flirter. She is not used to being flirted with, but she is not opposed to it. What she ends up doing is she just kind of like it's less of like a response and more of like a grin, and it kind of leads into more of a like suggestive kind of dance where it's like you're very much the one initiating the flirtation, so she's gonna like pull back a little bit and see where it goes. You get the sense that it's very much not she's like testing the waters. You're also working together, so you get the sense she's trying not to make it too weird, but she's seeing what happens.
Okay. I wanna not really saying much after that. I wanna kinda just like match the energy. Like, can I roll to like I don't know if I can roll for this, but I just wanna be like leading the dance a little bit.
Yeah,
Can I do that?
It's less of a roll and more make a persuasion check.
Persuasion! How good am I at that? That is the question. I'm not a bard anymore. Okay. You know what? I will take what I can get. +1 is not that bad. That is a 16 +1.
16 + 1. You kind of get to a point where you're dancing, and she kind of like it does the same thing, the same style that she came in. So like the first song ended with the transition of you getting dipped and then being pulled up and moved to the next portion of the song. So second portion of it kind of ends with that same style. It's like as that dance is beginning to get like a little more suggestive, she dips you down, pulls you back up, and goes, "Damn, darling, you got some moves on you. I wasn't expecting that."
Oh, what were you expecting?
I don't know. I was expecting something more peacemaker-like.
Look, just because my god's the peacemaker doesn't mean I can't get down when I need to, okay?
She doesn't look very convinced.
He doesn't look oh god.
But it's kind of like a hum to it. It's like it's teasing. It's like singing.
Oh man. I hate I gotta match this girl's energy. I hate this.
You picked a weird person to flirt with. It's not your standard flirting. She's
not
fucking weird.
Weird. It's not weird. I am enjoying the challenge. That's the best way I can say this. I am enjoying the challenge like very much. As much as I'm like, what do I do now? Fuck.
Seems like I've been the one doing most of the leading. Why don't you prove you're not some peacemaker girlie and make it happen?
Fine, I'll take you up on that challenge. And then like, I don't know how close they are right now, but she kind of
Pretty dead close, probably.
Yeah, you're dancing right next to each other.
Dancing right next to each other, yeah. But I'm kind of gonna take her hand and like try to pull her by her hip with my other hand.
Okay, make a persuasion check with advantage.
God damn it! I'm using my crystal dice. I'm putting everything on the line here, man. And this is persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised it's not performance, but you know what? That's fair. It would have been same roll either way. That's a 15 plus 1.
15 plus 1. You got a bit of a change in attitude there from some of our other interactions. What's gotten into you, Caroline?
A little bit of tequila and courage.
This is the best combination. May I ask to what aim?
We'll see where the night takes us. So I'm just having fun right now.
That's always the best kind of challenge. Particularly among coworkers. See where it goes, it is. Leads into the next round of dancing. But you've caught our interest. You've caught our interest.
Fuck yeah.
What else is going on at the moment?
I'd say after Rhett's been spitting people constantly, he's done his setting up. He's gonna be like leaning against like sitting out from the dance for a little bit, leaning on the like wall where because it's like Aurora's holding the wheel and stuff, so he's gonna lean on the like wall of that bit, like next to the captain's quarters, I think. Just like leaning there with a drink, sitting out from the dance a bit, kind of like leaning on one leg a little bit, but just chilling and watching and smiling at everyone now, just having fun. Proud of his work. He's proud of his work.
All right.
Wait, are you by the wheel?
I'm not next to Aurora. He's like below Aurora, where Aurora's steering the ship.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's all Rhett's doing. So it's up to y'all.
You're not getting out of this one.
What? What?
After the tempo of the song changes, Viz and Dev can't do the funny dance anymore. Viz is gonna look for Rhett, find Rhett, run over to Rhett.
Run?
He's gonna be like, Rhett.
What? Yes?
He's gonna grab from his back the loot. And then he's gonna pull out his trumpet. And he's gonna be like, let's do the bar thing again.
A big old grin forms on Rhett's face. Alright, but I think that loot's going to hurt after a bit, but let's do it. He's gonna take the loot. And drop the drink. Just drops it. And he's gonna use that loot. And we're gonna do another one.
You're gonna use the loot?
Yeah.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Yep. What is my wisdom? That's pretty decent. It was a 16. What's my thingy?
Have you been drinking?
He's been drinking, but he's more casually drinking just because of the fact that he's been setting up people.
Okay.
He's been helping.
Okay.
Fuck. It's so hard on my phone. Wisdom. Oh, that's +3. So that's a 16 plus 3, 19.
19. Okay, you save.
Mm-hmm. Now do I roll performance to actually use the damn thing?
Hmm?
Okay. He's gonna just start strumming that, doing the bar thing again, one more time, but now everyone's actually joining for once.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That's
Aren't-
pretty good. That's
Aren't you good at loot?
I am good at loot. I forget. It's proficiency added, right?
Yeah, if you have proficiency in it, you add your proficiency bonus.
Okay, and
Or
performance?
you would just have... Yeah, you would like make a performance check with proficiency as if you had it.
So, add my performance and my proficiency.
Do you have proficiency in performance?
No, I don't.
Okay, then for right now you do because you have the loot.
So, my brain hurts. What does that mean?
Just add
What
your
do I add?
proficiency bonus to whatever you roll for performance.
Only the proficiency?
Yes.
So, add my
Good
+4
lord.
performance.
Add 2! Add 2 to your roll!
Okay, the dirty 20! It's an 18, it's dirty 20, I guess?
Yeah, dirty 20.
Okay.
You want Viz to roll for him too?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a 22.
22. Yeah, it's one hell of a party up in here, guys. I gotta be honest, the music is now taking a pretty lit turn.
The flying crocodiles are just like looking over the clouds, now seeing the all different lights happen. Just like, the fuck is going on?
They
over
joined
there?
the party.
They
Oh my
joined
God.
the party.
They're like, hey, are those our dead friends on your shoes? And then they just start dancing. They don't care.
Doing a little jig.
It's a pretty lit party. You guys are playing some bitchin' music, like to a point where it's like, it's pretty hardcore. It actually, you know what? Sounds a lot like the music that's playing right now.
Yeah.
That's very much the vibe. But with a trumpet. Yeah, imagine like that. Imagine that is like the trumpet sounds. It's like jazzy. It's got like a nice little riff to it. Cecilia, are you still not dancing?
Nope, she's just occasionally using wardrobe malfunction when nobody notices.
What kind of stuff have you done to wardrobe malfunction?
She is definitely like popped the buttons on all of Captain Marsh's like coat pockets.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like shoes keep coming untied. For anybody who's not wearing the alligator skin boots.
Kiona trips and lands flat on her face.
Oh.
But she's doing it like right at the moment of like people being drunk and there's like a near stumble.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like she's
smart
like
about
stumbling to grab another ale, and as she does, she like trips and falls because you've untied her shoe at that exact perfect moment.
What a troll.
There's a moment where you think you're having like a good time, you're just kind of doing it and like waving your hand and like having a little giggle to yourself. And then standing right next to you, Bridget leans in and goes, "Having fun?"
She's gonna turn to her, see how drunk she is, and just, yes, very fun.
You want to say something fun?
Absolutely.
She like leans in and then points right where Coraline and Ginny are dancing. And she like looks at you and winks and then waves her hand. And Ginny's ale flies up into her face and dumps all the way down the front of her vestments. And she goes, "Ah! Oh, fuck! How did I do that to myself? What the fuck?" And like full on has to like take a step back and kind of like dust the ale off her shirt. And Bridget goes, and like snorts. And sorry, that was very funny.
It was. Do you want to see something else funny?
Yeah. What else is funny?
Oh God.
She's going to, like, when somebody goes to, like, you know, like the Wellerman, like, dance where, like, you drop to, like, a squat and then you pop back up?
Oh God, yeah. Like the Rasputin?
If anybody, yes,
Rah, rah,
if
Rasputin.
anybody does that, their pants are ripping.
Why do I feel like that's something Nev would do? I'm just gonna say it out loud.
Please have Nev be one who does it.
Hey, look, Nev can't do much bending, also cause leg.
But like with one leg,
The
she'll
leg
bend
is
with one
the leg is perfectly functional. That does not stop you.
That's fair. Again, she's just doing more shuffling stuff, so she's like standing more up straight, looking like a fucking Irish dancer.
Here's what I'll say. Who at the table do we think would be most likely to do a drop it?
Red.
Yeah, nobody's doing that.
No, Rhett can't actually do that.
No, I have a different
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, Rhett actually can't do that.
Who are you targeting, Cecilia? You gotta target someone.
No, I just have a different idea.
Okay.
Oh, what's your idea?
Right? Because, so the spell says, and so much more.
Okay.
So if we think of, like, you know, wardrobe malfunctions, like, you know, just, like, team splitting, we're thinking of, like, whatever. I would like to slowly, almost, not everybody, but most people just slowly, make all of the fly of their pants go down.
Oh, like everyone all at once.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, hang on. Am I included in this since I'm steering the ship?
Probably not. You're
Okay,
probably
thank
too
you.
far.
This is just everybody who's being drunk. So this is everyone, including the entire crew, including Ginny. Okay.
Like a sniper, one at a time.
You just kind of like
So-
finger guns one after the other, and they start going down, and Bridge is like, and like immediately starts laughing and puts a hand on your shoulder, like doubling over, trying not to laugh. As everyone's flies start going down, you all start to notice it. Who's got loose pants? Who's got loose baggy pants?
Who has loose? Wait. Oh shit.
Anybody got loose baggy pants?
I think
I
that.
do.
I think that.
Meg?
Yeah, I think Nev does.
Meg, would you consider Viz's baggy or no?
No, it's got them skinny jeans.
I didn't know they were form-fitting. Okay.
Would
I don't think the drawing shows them as
Coraline
form-fitting.
be
I won't lie.
baggy?
I won't lie.
I don't know. Whatever you decide, Evan. I designed
designed
this
the
months
outfit.
ago.
You
I'm
just-
drunk right now. I don't remember what he.
Nev and
what kind of
Viz,
pants
both of
he
you
gave
make dex saving throws.
Oh,
him. I got to get pants. Let's see. Ah shit. What's my dex? You said dex saving, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Please tell me Cecilia's gonna Uno reverse somebody.
I got a 19.
You're fine.
I got a 14.
14, not so good. There's a point, Viz, where you're kind of like, you're vibing and like playing your instrument, and as you're playing your trumpet, you step forward and you realize that your pants have just gotten low enough. You don't know how this happened, but somehow your pants have just gotten low enough that you actually step on it with your heel, so that when you lean forward, your pants kind of like come down halfway around your ass, and you almost have been completely pantsed in front of everybody.
Rhett looks
Yeah,
at this, eyes
just
wide.
That's just like in sister fashion, laughing and pointing.
For the most part, not everybody seems to have noticed. However, Bridget is like cackling into your shoulder, Cecilia, like trying not to like actually be sick from laughing so hard.
Rhett
Jax, can I
sidesteps.
see this since I'm steering the ship?
You
and
probably
can't
see his
walk
ass.
through it
Now, it's a very, very, like, slight maneuver, and so much so that you actually have to see the spell being cast, which I believe, is it verbal and somatic, or is it just verbal?
It's verbal and somatic.
So you're, like, pointing slowly with your finger as it goes
I
down.
don't think she's pointing. I think it's more of like a. I think she's like snapping.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You
Ooh.
snapping. She, like,
Yeah.
snaps, and as she snaps, the pants start to fly down. Aurora, make a perception check, but you're making this with disadvantage, because it's very hard to see.
Oh, disadvantage. Okay.
Yeah, because you're also seeing this
already?
post-reaction, right? Like, it's hard to trace
Yeah.
back, you know, like, a spell once it's been cast. It's hard to trace back who did it.
My disadvantage roll, I got a. You said perception?
I love how we're all trying so
15.
hard to see Viz's ass.
I'd say with a 15...
Yeah, I got 15.
Yeah, I don't think a 15 would be able to... You're not able to pinpoint on Cecilia, but you are able to kind of go, that's weird. Like, that didn't seem like a normal...
I'm seeing people one by one start to get pantsed.
Well, no, the only person who's been pantsed is Viz.
Oh, is
Because
Viz.
he stepped
Okay.
on his own he stepped on his own pant leg and kind of pulled them down. The fly went down, which is making everyone's pants looser. But
Okay.
in a wave of people dancing, it's very hard to see if someone's flies down. But you do notice Viz's flies down, and then you notice Nev's is down too, and you're kind of like, that's a weird pattern.
Aurora, who's still got like her drink with her, kind of glances into the tankard for a moment, looks back at the group, shrugs, takes another drink, and goes back to steering the ship.
I can imagine Nev is wearing so many belts with so many tools on them, which is probably why her pants are still up.
Yeah. The next person who walks by a door with a handle is getting their belt loop caught on that door handle.
Oh, what?
Meg, you shouldn't have said anything.
You motherfucker.
All your belts.
So Bridget is just hanging out with you, Cecilia. She's having the best time just snickering as you continue to fuck with people's clothes.
Allie's being a total troll right now.
By the way, for Viz, Rhett would have sidestepped to be in front of Viz so he could take care of that. But he would have been looking back and snickering a little bit.
Yeah, Viz would pull him up. He'd find a way to keep playing the trumpet while doing it, but
It just goes. Burp, burp.
yeah, just the one note that goes. "Brrrt."
He's like playing his trumpet with one hand. He has the trumpet in one hand, is pulling up his pants in the other hand.
He's like hopping a little bit.
Coraline,
Yes.
what's going on with you?
What's going on with me? Currently trying to help Ginny get this fucking ale off of her shirt.
So how are you doing? So you're just taking a cloth and kind of like helping her out?
Oh yeah. I'm found a cloth on like a table somewhere and like is going to help her.
Okay. You help her. You like do the best you can with the resources that you're given, kind of, to like just like figure out why is the Wix ad playing right now. Sorry, people watching the stream. Weird. You kind of have this like moment where you're like you're dabbing the clothes with like a towel, and as you do, she kind of goes, oh, I don't know how that even happened. It's so weird. I'm usually not this clumsy.
Oh really? Good fooled me.
Excuse you? Well, I'm not clumsy. Come on. I'm very regal.
You know, could be the booze talking. I don't know you out in your personal life, but seems like you're the type who wants to control a lot, and then you fail at it.
Wow, that's quite a read for a very chill-going party.
I'm honest, and I apologize for that. I don't say it to be rude. Please don't take offense.
I am all about the lived experience and learning about what people think about the lived experience. But I gotta say, pretty weird thing to say to somebody.
Well, can you blame me? I haven't been around a lot of people that much.
No, you like from some kind of secluded monastery or something? Peacemaker people usually do stuff like that. It's more their forte.
Ha! No, not even close. Loud farm, bunch of animals to keep you company.
What? That's strange. So why Peacemaker then? Why not somebody like, I don't know, the Peck Mother, or somebody more related to farming? Snow Mistress, any of those folk.
I came to find the Peacemaker for a personal family reason, and that's probably all you're getting out of me. I'd rather talk about other things. And she's still like wiping off the shirt, just like very suggestive.
I don't know how you suggestively clean someone's shirt, but it's giving some gross imagery.
I would throw out maybe suggestively wiping her face. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Not the shirt.
Okay.
Thank you for saving me. I don't know words.
She kind of like leans in a little bit and is like really, really looking at you. And she goes, you know, people think I'm weird for a acolyte, but I don't know. There's something even stranger about you that I can't just put my finger on.
Really? I don't know what's so strange about it.
Most acolytes follow a god because they have some kind of devotion to them, or they want something from them. You seem to have no love for the Peacemaker.
Coraline doesn't know how to take that, so she's kind of like tilting her head, not really knowing what like Ginny's implying.
It's just an observation. It wasn't meant to make y'all upset.
Oh no, I'm not upset about it. Just I didn't think that's how I came off. Good to know though.
Well, it's turning that, and she kind of like reaches out. She's turning that little smile of yours into a frown, and she, with her thumb, kind of like lifts the side of your mouth. And as she does, you feel your body jolt, and everything around you freezes.
Wait, what? Oh,
Hey, yo,
God.
what the fuck?
I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
I'm scared. What did I do? No.
Coraline, You look at Ginny's face. She's standing less than a foot from you. She's reached out and her hand has touched the side of your face, like her thumb just grazing over the side of your mouth. And as she does, everything around you begins to kind of morph. You've like zeroed in on the fact that she's in front of you. She feels very real. She feels very alive. But she's frozen. And you look around and you see the rest of the crew of the Ruby Valkyrie, also frozen, kind of in half-made motions. A lute over their shoulders as they're singing along. There's Lazan who's kind of like banging her hand and like scream singing, and it's a fun scene. Like your friends are dancing. Cecilia, you can see now, she's got her hand out and she's like pointing at somebody while Bridget snickers into her shoulder. Aurora steering the ship with a smile on her face. And everybody's frozen in time. And Ginny's hand is still on your face, but it feels cold, like she isn't really there. And then you kind of are shocked, so you take a breath and you realize that you're very much not frozen. What do you do?
Coraline, confused at everybody like being frozen, she's kind of just like, what the hell? I probably shouldn't have drank that tequila.
You step back, and as you say that, you kind of like step back a little bit. And the second you do, things around you begin to shift again. And you hear this, like in your ears, this like whooshing noise. As there's fog begins to move around you. And there's a soft, gentle voice in your ear, slowly whispering, check the balance. Begins to move again. As it does, the faces around you begin to change, like a melting wax figurine that kind of drip onto the ground and dissolve in a pile of dust before new ones take their place. Like claymation giant monsters, but they're shapes of people. And you hear the and sounds of clanging and banging and swords and axes and shields and fighting, war, fighting, blood. Somebody slams an axe into a person next to them. It chops them clean off in half, sending one part of their body crumpling to the ground and the other rolling into the floor. There's the sound of women screaming, children running. There's banners that you can't place the name or the historical face of, but you're in the middle of a battlefield. The ship is gone. It's just open battlefield, raging, burning fires, screams, shouts, calls for arms, calls for fleeing, calls for help, cries of pain, cries of agony, the sounds of people crying from grief as bodies hit the floor over and over and over, continuously, over and over and over and over. You're seeing people die one after the other. It's hitting the ground, and then there's this head that rolls right towards you, and it looks at you. And it's like this brassy, orangey skin and long pointed ears of an Eladrin, an elf. And the mouth opens. Building an empire was not worth this. And the face goes slack. And as the war is raging on around you, you turn your head and you see the figure of a woman, a familiar woman. Because she's not a woman. She's a goddess. You see the figure of her tall, curvy, long, flowy robes, long braided hair that cascades down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes are crackling with a warm, fiery glow. Her hands held open towards you in what could be a loving embrace. She has round features. They're gentle, they're kind. She's inviting, balancing both nature and life and peace. And this is the peacemaker. And she's reaching for you. Coraline. What do you do?
Hyperventilate! She does not want to, after seeing all this around her, not knowing what's going on, she's afraid to step towards her. She doesn't move back, but she like flinches, not really like moving her feet, just like flinches away, kind of afraid of what would happen if she like got closer.
You take a step back, and immediately as you do, you hear the sound of another sword. You're still in a battlefield, a blazing battlefield, and a sword is coming right for you. I'm gonna quickly, as you walk backwards. Natural one, it misses, but the sword does come, and you kind of turn your head, realizing that you've backed almost into an open blade. As it swings down, it cuts down another elf, you realize, this time a man, as the sword goes through him. The face of this person who swung the sword, you can't make out. The depiction is not anything your brain is meant to perceive. Something dark. Something evil. And as it cuts down the elf and it turns to look at you, you hear once more the Peacemaker reaching for you. Coraline, come! And as that happens, we're gonna go to break.
What? Well,
we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Do it to me!
We'll be back in 15 minutes. And welcome back. Sorry, we're coming back a little earlier from the break just because we're all ready to go. Coraline, you see the war and strife and bloodshed around you, and you see the Peacemaker reaching for you, pleading on her face for you to come to her. What do?
Seeing everything happening around me, I just go to her because she looks like the safest thing in this freaking vision thing right now. I run.
You run at her. You sprint and sprint. And you cross the field. You cross axes and bows and arrows and swords. And you run to her, and as you do, she grabs you around the shoulder and pulls you into a hug and puts her chin over yours. She's warm, welcoming, inviting, peaceful. And as she holds you, she kind of calms your fear. You feel less afraid, though you can hear the war around you. And she kind of holds you in her arms, and as she does, she goes, "Oh, child, I am sorry for the curse. They have burdened your kind."
She's talking to me, and oh shit.
She's talking to you.
And like Coraline's like voice is kind of shaken. She's like, she goes, why am I seeing this? Why is this happening?
There are many truths that have been lost to time. There are many things they want me not to show. But I am not the kind of person, the kind of being that will stop my children from seeing what they need to see. There is a history of this land long and prosperous, and long before any of us made claim to it. There is a curse that your kind bears, and one I do not wish to hide from you. Look around.
Coraline, like, hesitantly, like, looks up at, and the war is still, like, going on.
The war is not going on.
It's not?
No. Instead, you see trees. Ancient trees. Massive trees. Trees in colors you've never seen. Deep russet reds. Deep violets. Yellows as golden as the sun, with leaves that dapple in an assortment of colors, beautiful colors. Reds and oranges and blues, purples and greens. You've never seen any trees like this ever before. But you know without a doubt that this is not from another world. This is your world. This might even be where you're standing right now, or where you would be standing had you not been on a skyship. And as you kind of take in these trees, they open. From the massive 50-foot bases of their roots, the trunks split in half. And you see people coming through. Elves coming through. With golden brassy skin, long pointed ears. These are Eladrin. But there's also high elves. And wood elves. And furbolgs coming through as well. Fairies. There are fairies coming through. And from beyond the gate where they step, you can see purples, violets, beautiful colors. The colors of the Fey realm. And from the base of each of these trees, where hundreds of Fey beings walk through, you see one, a man, about 6 feet tall, skinny, long black hair, brassy orange skin, smooth features, young features, bear a sword in his hand that looks to be formed from a fallen tree. A tree much like this one, with a blade that looks like it's made of sunlight. And as he steps through, he looks around at the compatriots he's gathered, and forward, and you turn your head and look where he's looking, and you see a wasteland. Bodies plummeting them. Ruins of what could have once been a village, an old village, barely standing. And all the Fae beings step through with him in the lead, in this plate armor made from the bark of a tree. And he takes his sword and he turns it and digs it into the ground. A finality. A claim. As he does, you see the Peacemaker standing next to you. She reaches over and takes your hand. Do you understand now?
Understand what?
The curse that your kind bears.
We conquered other people?
No. They didn't conquer much. And she snaps, and the second she does, you see more land. You see that same elf with that sword made of pure sun, and there's a being, a wrathful being of complete evil. It looks to be bestial in nature. And it rears back, and it's terrifying to look at. And she actually pulls your head down and goes, avert your gaze, away from the creature.
She doesn't resist the Peacemaker's touch as she says this. She's just confused and going along with what she says, trying to comprehend it.
Watch him. And she gestures to the elf. You see the elf pull out a sword and stare it down, and as he does, he looks at it and goes, "Begone from this land! We've claimed it! The Fae own this world, and should you choose to fight, you will face demise, and I will send you back to hell!" And you hear this, like, and it echoes and reverberates, like, like echoing laughter that kind of appear around the back.
Foolish. I would like to see you try.
And the Peacemaker's looking at you harder now, getting you, like, pointing up your chin so you look at her. You see the warm eyes, the firelight, and she goes, "Do you understand?"
Coraline, like, slowly nods. And is just still looking on in shock, not saying anything.
You watch the two rush at each other. The elf makes these amazing swings, beautiful flourishes, slices into the arm of, like, what seems to be this massive shape that you're encouraged to not look at. It howls and rears back, pulling back these claws, and then in one fell swoop stabs forward, and the elf is impaled by 3 massive claws. 1 through the stomach, 2 through the shoulders, and you hear as he's lifted up.
No mortal will ever claim this land. And you're a fool for trying. Your hubris has cost you, and it has costed your bloodline, and their bloodline, and their bloodline. From this day forward, you will know what it means to watch everything you love die.
And the claws retract, and the elf crumples to the floor, and the wounds on his body, he screams because they begin to heal. And it's horrifying. Wounds like this aren't meant to heal. Wounds like this, you're not meant to survive longer than half a second, maybe 2. But organs are stitching themselves back together, forcing themselves to stand. And chains, manacles, bind the elf together. Binding the wounds, binding him.
enjoy your long, long lifespan. And I will see you in hell.
And then nothing. You see nothing. You hear nothing. You're just in a white, subliminal space with the peacemaker next to you. And as she looks at you, she urges you one more time, begging you, child, do you understand?
Coraline doesn't register what she's saying to her. All she's thinking about is that man healed instantly, and she whispers, "That's what I needed."
You feel for a moment. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. Were you trying to show me this to warn me?
No. It's not a warning, child. It's the balance of all things. I wish to not see any more of your kind suffer. But there are consequences for those who seek to weave fate for themselves. Be careful who you ally yourself with. Because if you step too far, there isn't enough power in the galaxies for me to protect you. But for now, rest. Enjoy the party. I am still here. And she snaps her fingers, and you are back in Ginny's arms. She kind of looks at you, she kind of wipes her mouth and goes, "You alright, darling? What's going on? You look a little pale."
Realizing where, like, she's back, and she kind of, like, looks at Jenny and chooses something to focus on her face so she can, like, ground herself. And she notices, like, her freckles and goes, like, "Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Like, nothing to worry about here, sorry. I think I may have drank a little too much is all."
Alright. You wanna go for another round of dancing? We're all still kind of getting up in here. Take a look. And you turn and you see, like, everybody's still vibing and having a great time. It's one hell of a party still.
One hell of a party, okay.
Nothing's changed. Maybe a second has gone by, but nothing really. It's still a good time.
Okay. She shakes off, like, that feeling from that whole ordeal with the peacemaker, trying her best to forget about it and enjoy the buzz that she's having. And she goes to Ginny, like, yeah, should keep this party going. By the way, have you ever told you that your freckles kind of look like strawberry seeds?
I don't think I've ever heard that before. I've heard a lot of jokes about my freckles, but never something so complimentary. Thank you, darling.
I'll forget them. There's nothing joking about them.
Less jokes and more comments about how, well, there's an old saying.
I didn't hear that second part of it.
Yeah, there's just an old saying about freckles, you know? It's like, they map out constellations. Sorry. I'm sorry. I made a mistake of looking at what my sister was typing in the chat. It's a saying about freckles being constellations. You make out freckles and they turn into certain constellations and then they make a star. Mine, however, are way too modeled for that. No constellation here. I'm an open sky.
Think I could find one if I get close enough. If you'd let me, at least.
You want to get out of here?
No response. Just quiet.
What? Don't tell me now you're tongue-tied.
Did you not hear
Wait,
what she
did you not hear what she said?
Yeah.
Did you not hear me?
Did you not hear what I said? Did my mic peak?
No.
No, I didn't hear what you said.
Apologies. I think my mic peaked. The immediate response was, do you want to get out of here?
Sure. And she kind of like hooks her arm like around her hip.
Fantastic. We are not going to the captain's quarters. That is going to be super awkward. Let's go downstairs. And you two head downstairs. Cut to black. We'll cut to black on that shit.
I did it.
You did it. Congratulations.
Yay, where's my medal?
Anyway, what are the rest of you getting up to?
Do I see them walk away?
It's obvious. Yeah. Ginny was kind of the like the root of the beginning of the party, so it's obvious when she leaves.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true, Mirabelle. First cut to black was Nevin Sketch.
Yep, there you go.
Fair. Forgot about that.
Retch just grinning though, still playing the lute, just like, alright, I wingmaned. Did my duty.
Aurora, while steering, shakes her head, and that's it.
Be so shameful on them.
What's going on with the rest of you guys? Some people are having fun. What's going on? What are y'all doing?
I think, Kaog, you had something, right?
I know Viz is kind of having his whole wardrobe malfunction right now, courtesy of Cecilia.
Red's in front of Viz to cover him up.
So in spite of all that, is Red still playing the lute?
Yeah, he's still playing.
In that case, I think Mirabelle will just kind of watch Coraline and Ginny dip from the party, just like chuckle to herself knowingly, and turns, and Red would probably think she's looking at him, but her eyes are on the lute as something seems to kind of just be flickering through her thoughts.
So I just think that you're looking at me.
Then, after a moment, she'll kind of take a deep breath, finish off her drink, and then everyone who's kind of, I guess, still dancing, if anyone wants to pay attention to her, will kind of notice Mirabelle suddenly just like her eyes are like she's looking at something like way off in the distance, like sure she's not even there, like she's like that far away look. But all of a sudden you see her kind of dancing like a one person like salsa waltz, as though she's taking the lead. She's going through the motions as though she has a partner, but no one can see anyone.
Okay. Rhett just like changes up the tune to go with the salsa. Make it more jammy.
Aurora's watching, just eyebrow raised, just like, okay.
Rhett's like grinning, just thinking she's, having a ball. So he's gonna change up the tune and make sure that she's having a good time. But yeah.
I don't know if anyone wants to try to take a closer look, but
Can I? Can Aurora do like an insight or something?
Yeah.
That would be 14.
14. Yeah, what's going on?
I mean, Mirabelle's not intentionally trying to hide anything, because she's not really paying attention to her surroundings at the moment.
Yeah.
But
go ahead.
If Aurora looking close enough, like, as Mirabelle's kind of doing this, like, dance, despite the high, happy energy that would go with it, there's very clearly some tears in her eyes she's trying to hold back.
Aurora, again, still steering the ship. She kind of like slowly tilts her head to the side, and like one ear kind of goes down, but the other goes up, and just kind of flicks. Like there's a very perplexed look on her face, and there's a little bit of concern there. But again, she's steering the ship, so she's gonna keep her hands on that wheel.
I guess Mirabo will, I guess as long as Rhett's playing the lute, Mirabo will just kind of keep doing this dance, almost like she's in some sort of trance or something.
Okay. Rhett will continue it because he doesn't. I wouldn't think he'd insight in that moment. Thinking that she's just really having a good time. Rose gonna look back. Are you good to that, darling? Making sure Viz has got his pants back up.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Rhett will step aside then. What was that?
That was him blowing in the trumpet as he's fully putting his
No,
pants.
I meant your pants.
I don't know, some shit Nev did.
That sounds about her.
I didn't do shit! And she's like slurring her words now because she's progressively getting more drunk.
I think that Rhett would like still be like jamming on the lute and stuff. Do I have to make more wisdom saving throws, or do I'm just chilling?
It's the first time you do it, and then every time consecutively that you stop and then restart. So.
Okay. He's not stopping. He's just like he's probably was dancing like a little bit, like kind of like around like with the lute and stuff, but now he's just leaning and playing the lute now.
All right.
And stuff. Just chilling.
What are the rest of you guys doing at the party? Anything else? Or is it getting to that point in the party where it's a drunken end of night sort of deal?
I have one more thing.
Okay.
Unless somebody else wants to go.
Nah, I think you're good.
Nope.
Okay, Cecilia's going to come up behind Viz and just kind of conspiratorially whisper, Viz?
Yeah.
You still have that ring?
Well, Viz is playing the trumpet. He'll like turn in a way so she can see it's on his finger.
Could I borrow it?
Yeah, hold on.
Rhett casts mage hand to
I was
help
just
him.
about to say, could you push on the knobs real quick?
Yeah, Rhett's catches.
What? You can't play trumpet with one hand, Viz?
No, he has to take off the ring from the one hand, so he has no hands.
Cecilia can take it off.
He needs a hand to take the ring off his hand.
Cecilia has a hand.
Okay, yeah, he'll switch his hands and then like show his hand. He's like kind of busy at the moment, and he goes blowing, so he just lets her take it off his finger.
Jesus Christ.
Cecilia is going to hide behind a corner and then cast Featherball.
Okay.
What?
And what happens?
Fall.
What would you like to have happen?
I want there to be a giant sphere of feathers hovering like 20 feet above the ship.
Oh my god.
And I want it to explode like confetti.
Aurora slowly looks up at this thing and probably just has enough time to say, "What the?"
Darling, what did you just give Cecilia?
Ned's like, shit, it's another goose!
And you guys hear the sound of poof as feathers, an assortment of colors, glittering, fall all across the deck of the ship and rain down like confetti as Viz, you hit that last sick trumpet solo.
Aurora's like, I can't see.
Rat's just gonna like back up to where he's like kind of in the captain's quarters, but just still out there. Just so, like after like as the feathers like fall, like I don't want to get too feathery. He's just like
Captain.
Nev is just drenched in feathers.
Yeah, feather me up.
It is a god awful amount of feathers. Like it is the most feathers anybody has ever seen.
It's an insane amount of feathers. It's an insane amount of feathers.
It's like a snowstorm.
And to a point where they'll mostly blow off the deck, thank God. But yeah, it gets to a point where Captain Morris goes, "Hell yeah, bud! What a hell of a way to end the night there, bud. You're cleaning this up tomorrow, though."
Yeah, I was about to say with the alcohol on the ground too. It's sticking. That shit's sticking. This is gonna be one way to clean it up on hangovers.
But nevertheless, with a sick final guitar solo and an eruption of feathers like it's New Year's Eve, it's one hell of a party. And you all get a long rest.
Oh, well, I think that Rhett would help clean up at least for a little
Yeah,
while.
Aurora.
Amaris is like, no, bud, save it for tomorrow. We'll make it tomorrow's problem.
I can help if you'd like. I do
No,
not.
you make it tomorrow's problem.
It's like 3 a.m., bud. Go to bed.
Alright.
Aurora will probably stay up on the deck again. Just like kind of watching the stars, watching the landscape go by before having her trance up top.
Totally fair.
I will also say quick, Mirabelle, I'm willing to forego the long rest on this. Mirabelle will get maybe half hour of sleep at tops, and then like the emotion from whatever was running through her mind while she was doing that dance, it carries over to her dreams. She does wake up, and she basically just does not go back to sleep for the rest of the night. She's just laying in bed, eyes wide open, just deep in thought.
Okay, take a long rest, but take a point of exhaustion. As you do not sleep that night.
Noted.
Rhett,
Go ahead, Ray.
Rhett will, walk up to Aurora because he remembers that night, like, when she came down to him, like, with the bleeding nose and stuff after being up here for, like, by herself and stuff. He'll, like, come up. I think Aurora will notice after all the dancing and doing, like, all the activity, he will notice he's got a little limp in his leg. But he's still walking over and, like, to check in on her. Well, did you have fun? Because I certainly did.
Aurora rolls her eye.
I had just about as much fun as I normally do at these sorts of events. You know, I'm not really one for them.
She looks at his leg.
Are you alright?
Nah, I'm fine, darling. Trust me. It was just a fun night. I just wanted to check in on you because I know the other nights you didn't have such a great time up here.
I know, but it might have just been the timing. I still want to look up at the stars. I feel like they're about the only thing I truly understand of who I was.
Rhett will, like, look up the stars as well then. And then, like, look back at her. We'll figure it out. Get you those memories back. But just because you want to know who you once were doesn't mean you can't become something new. Right?
That is true. I did speak with Ginny earlier today. I did mention to her She sighs. Not like that. She.
I expected much.
Yes. I learned about her form of, ceremony, but I did tell her about my lack of memory. Not who I really am, but I mentioned it to her that it is a problem. And she told me that the best way to find it out is to learn the cause. Of course, see a very powerful healer. But
I mean,
I don't know what that cause was. If it was me landing here, or if it happened in that vision I had.
Well, I guess Ginny does have a point with finding a healer, though. I know Toast's temple didn't seem to help much, but maybe there's someone else out there that can.
Perhaps. I know Toast did what they could. At least for what it's worth, you were able to help me speak again.
Well, if I didn't, then how would people be blessed with your beautiful voice, darling? He's like giving her like a just kind grin.
Her ears kind of droop, but not in a sad way, and she kind of like looks away with her. There's like a tiny little blush.
Red.
You're beautiful, Aurora. Alright? People deserve to experience that, and that's what I want from you. For you.
Thank you. I wish I could see what you see.
Oh, trust me. I'll make sure of it. He like has a grin. I've got plans.
She raises an eyebrow. I want to know, but at the same time, I'm
You're
not
not
going to ask.
And you're not going to know even if you did ask. Just
Mhm.
trust me, like you always do. He like gives like the angelic innocent.
She just kind of like lightly flicks him in the forehead. Not enough to hurt, just kind of like a little boink.
I am not even going to bother, because I know how your mind works, and it's probably best that I don't, because I don't think I would have consumed enough alcohol tonight to even fathom it.
Damn shame too, because there was a lot of alcohol. Well, we have more for later.
I'm sure. Although, I don't know how Coraline is going to feel in the morning. I watched her down half a bottle of that.
I did give her half a
Tequila?
bottle of that. Yeah.
What do you call it again?
Tequila, darling.
Tequila. Alright, well.
She's not. That's gonna be a nasty hangover, and she's gonna wake up to seeing all the feathers. She's probably gonna think she's back on the farm again.
That's where we were attacked by another goose.
But anyway.
Yes, we should call it a night, but you can go down. I'll be there in a little while.
Let me know if you need anything, alright, darling?
Of course.
She hugs
Aww. He'll hug her back. And then like as like they like pull away from the hug, he'll like notice like because that was a lot of feathers. He's probably been dusting off some from himself, but she didn't get out of the way of any of that. So he'll like notice like some feathers like on her shoulder and stuff, and he'll like brush them off, but he'll take one and then just like pin it behind her ear. I think feathers suit you. Maybe we should add that to the design.
Her ear kind of like instinctively flicks, but then kind of like after a couple little twitches settles.
That tickles.
You'll get used to it.
Alright.
Alright. Good night.
Good night, Red. I'll be down soon.
Alright. And he'll like make his way down, trying to hide the limp, but I know like Aurora probably still notices it though.
Yeah, she watches him like to make sure that he's able to get inside, okay?
Okay.
Before just like turning around and watching everything for a little while before going down and going into her trance.
Okay. You all get a long rest. And very, very early in the morning, maybe 5:30 in the morning, you hear a shout from the top of the ship. Hey, buds! Thanks to that tailwind, we're going through another city way earlier. If anyone wants to take a look at this little farmy town, we're heading south from here.
Did she just yell this 2 hours later? Because did she say it was 3 in the morning?
Yeah, about 5:30 in the morning, she starts to yell.
God!
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Cora-
no, Nev is still sleeping. Nev is like Nev
Aurora,
lifts her head up and is like, nah.
Aurora will get up, like, halfway through her trance, probably. And
Coraline wakes up immediately.
Since Mirabelle wasn't sleeping at this point to begin with, she'll get up and head up to the deck.
Okay. You head up to the deck, and as you do, you see two sights. There's a very, very small town. Tudor-style buildings. There looks to be like one big tower. This little, it's like the big river around it, and then there's another little river that kind of trickles through it with these little bridges that connect. With the white Tudor-style, like, slanted medieval houses and the round citadel roofs with the flag posts sitting out of it. There's fields and fields and fields that stretch out from around. People already up with the rising sun. You see horses trotting along the paths. Coraline.
Yeah.
This is Rainer. You're flying almost over. The ship's starting to cruise to the left because it's going to start going south now. But we're kind of at the last point from north to south before we start getting away from the Seacord Run, which borders Rainer, and goes south into the Wallaby Wilds and then into Ospedon. We're not far now from being in an entirely different country, but for the moment, we're flying over the small farming town of Rainer. In the distance, imperceivable from the ground, from the actual city ground of Rainer, or the town ground of Rainer, you can see, because of how high up you are, with the clear day, in the distance, a massive city, mainly built around a huge citadel with these skinny stone towers and these brass circular roofs, and other houses made from the same white stone and red roof, along the Seacord Run, in the center being juxtaposed by a massive cathedral, a white stone cathedral with brass roofs that circle over. Coraline's something you know very intimately because you've been several times. That is the city of Eversummer. And that is also the temple of the Peacemaker, off in the distance.
As she's seeing all of this and she sees, like, Eversummer in the distance, she gets wistful, I guess, and leans her head, like, on... What would you call, like, the side of the ship? Like, one side is just, like...
The ledge?
Like, kind of flat. Yeah, the ledge. She kind of, like, leans her, both of her arms on top of each other, and she leans on them on the ledge, just looking down, feeling nostalgic and a little sad that she can't come back sooner.
Doing okay there, bud? That's the captain kind of looking down at you.
Am I still, like, tipsy, or do I have a headache right now?
You're still
early.
tipsy.
Still tipsy. Like, she hears this, and she's like, oh yeah, no worries, there's nothing wrong, just looking down is all.
Alright, that's a wee little town over there, so, if you need anything, bud, just, let me know. We're gonna start heading south now. I guess tell your friends when they wake up that, we are passing that town that they wanted me to stop them for if there ever was a problem and they wanted to talk about the town. They were interested in me hollering out about Rainer. I don't want to be doing it at 5:30 in the morning, but, I hollered and no one's here except you, so...
Aurora came up as well.
Oh, hi, Aurora. I didn't see you there, bud.
Aurora's silent. She just slowly looks.
And Mirabelle.
And Mirabelle.
Are
Hey.
they all, like, next to Coraline?
Yeah.
They're kind of just around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, bud,
They're
do you want to
just
see my
around.
new costume?
What?
Sure.
Cool. You see her rip off the coat, and underneath it, there's like what looks to be like really like hastily crafted plate mail that looks to be made out of like
Oh no.
old pots and pans that have been like refurbished and like hammered down to look like this like plate mail that's been like adorned with this like iron and silver. And honestly, she works it pretty well. She's an actor, of course, so she's making it work for her, even if it's not what she wanted it to be. And she pulls like what looks to be a fake hilt of a sword on her belt, and she kind of turns and looks at the open sky and goes, "I am Leora Donahue, guardian of the Uridalian High Council, protector of elves." And you see that her head is kind of like shifted and shaped, and now she has like her hair pulled up into these like elaborate high elven style like hairdo that's like this brassy red color. She kind of just like looks off into the distance. So what do we think there, bud? Decent?
Aurora nods.
Impressive, yes.
Is this how high elves are supposed to act?
Damn it. Don't worry about it, bud. I'll workshop it. Go back to bed. I got a couple more hours up at the heel before Kiona takes place, so sleep off your hangover, because I'm putting you to work today, buds.
All the feathers still scattered about the deck.
Yeah, the deck is gross.
This is the first time Coraline's seeing
Oh, yeah?
the feathers. She turns around and notices the feathers everywhere, just like, did we have the goose attack while I was busy?
Aurora just like very deadpan just looks around and goes, "Yes," and walks away.
Oh my god. And then Coraline like looks at the feathers and looks at Aurora like, I really need to stop getting laid in times of crises, because this is getting a little too much for me. I don't like not knowing things. And she like goes to bed. I'm not even sure. Was Coraline coming
Quote unquote
from like
bed.
where she was with Ginny?
No. You
Okay.
no, because that is not where activities are taking place, because it didn't happen at Captain's quarters, it sure hell wasn't happening in one of the hammocks, so that would have been elsewhere.
That would have been elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quote unquote bed is at the bottom of the ship, most likely.
Yep. Bottom of the ship. Bottom of the ship.
As you walk away, you see the captain kind of like scoff under her breath and like turn and look at you and Mirabelle, and is like, humble brag, and it just turns and goes back to like steering the ship. Not at all salty about it.
Humble, but oh wow.
Mirabelle just kind of chuckles under her breath, starts to head back to the sleeping quarters, and then turns around and decides to get an early start on cleaning up the deck.
Okay.
Coraline, hearing that friggin' comment.
You did not hear it. It was as you were walking away. It was very intentionally.
Does she hear that comment,
no.
or she just like goes?
It was very intentionally when you couldn't hear it. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Damn. Salty.
Because Mirabelle's still up on the top of the ship and would be with
on and have a fight.
Captain Amaris, right? So.
Be salty in front of my face, why don't you?
Well, anyway, the rest of you, as you get up and begin to, at your own pace, start the day, whenever you're hungover, whenever you're not, whatever your situation might be, I need somebody to roll another d20.
Whose turn is it?
We're back at the top, so whoever started us off.
I
Oh.
don't know who's starting.
Oh, we're
this
doing
up.
an order. Oh.
I don't know if there's an orc.
Okay, I'll just shout then. Aurora, you go first.
Oh Jesus!
I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go down the line. I'm gonna go down like the physical line of what I see. We'll go alphabetical.
Okay. Alright, cool. Make it good. Make it good.
Okay. Good roll. Good roll. Good roll. Good roll. Good roll, please.
That's a
Give us
1.
another fight. Another fight. Another fight. Another fight.
17.
17. Clear day. Everything going as normal.
Oh.
You're all able to steer through, no problem. Nothing is getting you down. Nothing is stopping you.
Can Aurora find Mirabelle?
Sure. I will say, as the day continues, you're on day 7 of travel, and you're on day 7 of physical travel. So, like, how long it's actually taking you. Because you lost a day, then you gained a day, so we're back at, 7. 7 days, 7 days of travel. Which means we are officially a week in.
Whoa.
So as you turn and you begin to head down the ship, into like, the ship's now peering off from the Seacord run and is beginning to head south. The landscape around you is changing drastically. There's no more rivers, there's no more forests, it's less green, and as you look down, you can see open plains and rolling hills, traveling over a tundra that leads south and will eventually turn to desert.
Okay. So Aurora looks for Mirabelle. Mirabelle, where are you, or what are you doing, or whatever?
Well, Mirabelle, since she wasn't going back to bed, she wasn't sleeping to begin with, she kind of got a jump start on cleaning up the deck from the feather storm we had. So I'm assuming if everyone is up now and working on that, then Mirabelle's among them.
Aurora's gonna make her way over to Mirabelle and go, "Are you all right? I noticed that you weren't in the sleeping room when we all got up."
I didn't sleep well last night, so I figured, why not just get an early start on the day, you know?
What did it have to do with your dance last night?
Almost forgot I kind of did that. I think I blame the loot.
Aurora probably glances over to where Rhett is, and then looks back at Mirabelle.
If I may, what is it about the loot you do not like? I noticed it was the same as when we were in the bar in Fairhaven.
It's not that I don't like the loot. Honestly, I think it's become a favorite instrument of mine. It's more someone I used to know who played the lute, shall we say.
It reminds you of them.
Perhaps more than I thought it would after this long.
Aurora's ears twitch.
Well, if you ever want to talk, I know I'm not the most social of our group, but if you ever want to talk, I'm happy to listen.
She points to her ears.
I have the perfect ears for it. They're very big, and Rhett calls them fluffy.
I will keep that in mind. Though, at some point, preferably sooner rather than later, I am hoping to just say what I need to say to everyone. Out of character, real quick, Evan, who all did Viz actually tell about Mirabelle wanting to meet with everyone?
Everyone he's interviewed after she told him, and then passing people, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, by the way."
I remember it
I
being-
was one of them.
Yeah, Aurora knew. I think Coralie knew. I don't remember the last person. There's 3 that Viz was able to spread it to. I could say that Rhett maybe spread the word too. Try and get the other half.
He would have mentioned it. I know I didn't mention it, but he would have mentioned it to the other person that he was interviewing.
Would
in
he
the
have
party.
mentioned it to Nev at all?
I mean, probably while they're skinning that gator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Mirabelle's got something she wants to tell us all.
Yeah, he'd just be like skinning the gator mid looking at like skinning it. He looks at Nev, he's like, Mirabelle has something to say, and then just goes back to skinning the gator.
At this point, I'm just of the mindset that I guess kind of like with the party, whenever everyone in the party is aware that Mirabelle wants to talk with all of them, preferably collectively,
We're all on
and
top
everyone
of
is
the
ready for
ship,
it, then
probably.
I guess that's on the agenda.
We're all on the top
Aurora-
of the ship cleaning, I think.
Yeah, Aurora looks at Mirabelle for a moment and goes,
Is this what Viz mentioned? He said that you had something important you wanted to share with us all.
Something along those lines.
Aurora looks around at the group who's all up on deck.
Well, we're all here now. Would you rather do it now or at a later time?
Perhaps it would be best saved for when we're not busy with work. Just because I have discussed it a bit with Lady Bridget, who advised this course of action, does not mean I'm... Well, this feels more of a matter for our group to be aware of. Not so much people who probably should not be getting involved in what we're going to be getting involved in.
Is something the matter? Is this something that could put us all in danger?
I will say this. If the Allery Syndicate is on our agenda, then we're already in danger. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of what they're getting into.
All right. Well, whenever you feel ready, let us know. And again, if you ever just want to talk, I'm happy to listen.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Of course.
Aurora then walks away.
Okay. Anything else on this day, or are we moving on to day number 8?
Do I lose memory from all the alcohol that I drank yesterday?
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
you rolled a 20.
Not that bad.
Yeah, you rolled a
I
20.
rolled a 20. Okay.
You're
Not too bad, but hungover for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
I'll
Can
let
I
you
just
all
talk to
decide how
Red?
hungover you are. You know?
Yeah. I'm gonna find Rhett and kind of give him the lowdown of what happened.
Jesus Christ.
She wants to gossip and she's tired and friend.
You just probably find him like still cleaning on the deck and stuff and just be like, well, did you have an exciting night?
Okay, I'll explain all that, but where the fuck did the feathers come from? Because Aurora was being... She said it was a giant goose. Another one, and I missed it.
Oh yeah, it was another goose.
Insight. Flunkin' insight.
You tell me that Aurora lied to you? I am going to make sure that that goes through.
Insight, insight, insight.
Holy shit.
What did you get?
Can you be a 26? No, natural 20? Again? That's the third 20?
Are you serious? I rolled really good, and then you get a 26. Okay,
Kyle,
I
your
guess
dice.
I'm lying.
can't-
This is the specific one I've gotten for Rhett.
Are your dice fucking weighted? Like, what the fuck's going
I
on
don't
here?
know. I don't know. Maybe you can help me. I don't know.
You
I
dropped
usually
water.
switch them up, but I've just this one dice that I've been using. I usually switch them up. It's this one dice.
Maybe you should check if it's weighted. We'll talk about it later.
Maybe. Mm-hmm.
Man, it doesn't even matter what I got. It was really good, but you know what? Whatever. And
Yeah, it was a goose. But it kind of like flew over us. It didn't like really attack us, so it was like better.
Y'all should have yelled or something. It could have attacked us.
We
weren't
did. You were just
careful.
very. We did. You guys were just very busy.
Well, I'm sorry I was so busy, but can you freaking blame me?
I mean, I don't blame you. I'm all ears to hear what had happened.
Ugh. I'm not one to kiss and tell, but it was fun. That's all you'll get.
At that exact moment, Captain Amaris walks around the door and goes, Bud, I don't want to hear it, man. I'ma just... And turns around and immediately starts walking the other direction.
For the record, you walked over here first.
I was going to get my tools. Can I go get my tools?
Yeah, you go right ahead.
Okay, excuse me.
No one's stopping you.
Stops you, and as she stops you, she just claps you on the shoulder as you walk by and goes, listen, good stuff. I can tell you straight up, it's a lot of fun. But all I'm asking is, I'm going to have to give a hard no if the next request she makes is to have me turn into you. I'm going to have to stop that right there, okay? So, thanks, bud, but,
Wait,
what?
Request?
Bye!
Request?
No, I need this gossip. I need this gossip.
Hold up.
He's like gonna
Look,
walk
I'm
backwards with
hungover
her.
and hearing shit. I'm gonna be hungover and hearing shit. Well, what did you say?
I don't
He's
kiss
walking
and tell.
backwards.
Changeling. Don't kiss and tell. Walks
Well,
away.
you told already enough. We're just asking for details.
She's gone. She speed walks away.
Well then,
If,
that is a very interesting.
I swear to God, if Jenny's the type to ask her to change into people she's fucked in the past, I'm gonna feel very disgusting.
Well, maybe you can ask her. Maybe that's a conversation now.
I really don't want to know now. I really don't think I should know, and I probably should forget this even happened so I can save my sanity.
That is... damn. That's a rough one.
It was a rough one, yeah.
That probably just changed your entire perspective of that night, right, darling?
Oh, you have no idea. I really need to just... Okay, if I get caught up in feels again, please smack me upside the head. No more fucking Jenny, okay? And she kind of like whispers that.
Feels?
Not feels as in feelings, Rhett. And she does like air quotes.
Okay. So, anytime you're thinking of her, just snap you out of it.
Please and thank you.
By snapping out of it, would you like me to throw you to someone else?
That would be preferable, yes.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
I'm just happy that my wingman duties were fulfilled until it was revealed some very interesting information after that.
Let's just agree to never speak of this again.
The next person to walk by, because you guys are standing in a hallway.
No, we're not standing.
Where are you? I thought you were standing in the hallway.
No, we're cleaning on the deck. I was thinking
on the
we're
deck.
on like the top. Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh,
We're
on
like
the
on
top
the
of the
top,
deck.
on
Sorry.
the like opposite side of the fucking captain, and then the captain came over like, oh, okay.
If you're
Shit.
cleaning, are you cleaning the feathers off the deck?
Yeah, because the
If
whole
you're
thing
cleaning
was
the feathers off the deck, then that would
right?
be that really big populous area that you all were partying at. So a lot of people are walking through there. Because if that's what you're cleaning, then a lot of people would eventually be walking through there. You're not getting a ton of foot traffic because everyone's doing their shit throughout the day.
Yeah.
It's not exactly a private space. The next person to come by is in fact Ginny, who's going, fuck. Do you guys see my amulet anywhere? I can't find it.
You did not lose that again.
Well, I don't always lose it, Ray. You don't gotta be mean about it. It's here somewhere. I just
It's been lost before.
Oh, yeah.
Rhett like dusts himself off the feathers, and he'll like, well, you guys can look at wherever you guys were last night. I'll look around here.
I already
and
looked
you'll
there,
look
Red.
at-
I must have dropped it up here when we were dancing. Let me just take a look.
Yeah, Rhett's looking too.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Okay. Poor girl. Yeah, no, 10.
10. 10's enough. You look under the Nithine engine where you guys were like kind of dancing around. It's where you ended up like propping drinks and stuff because it's this big flat surface that kind of like it has heat come under it and then push out the side. So it's like a very safe metal area that keeps like food warm, like if you were to put it there. But it also like pumps the Nithine out the back, so it's safe. It's not like contaminating anything. But it's also a niche little pocket that can have things kind of slide underneath it. And you remember that, and then you take a look and you see a seashell necklace kind of sitting underneath the side of it, and it's cracked and kind of ajar.
Wait, so I'm sorry. The description kind of confused me. It looks like it just like fell here, or
It
does
looks like
look
it fell off her when she was dancing and slid under. You can actually see that the chain has actually snapped around the neck.
Oh shit. Right, we'll like grab it like gently and like kind of hiss a little, like ooh.
As you pick it up and you hold it in your hands, it like a shell itself. It's kind of prying open a little bit.
Prying open?
Yeah, there's something inside it.
Well, he's just checking. I would imagine he's checking it over, so he would check if anything's broken, more so.
It doesn't.
See what he can do. So, like, I guess like opening it would check if it's broken too. Would be along that line. Like if it like, still opens, closes. You know.
So do you open the necklace? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, he would have done it like unconsciously. Yeah, because he's like checking if it's like more broken.
You open the necklace. And there is, in the middle of it, there is like this gentle metal circular interior. And it has this like metal braiding all around it. And in the inside, there is images, like from a minor illusion almost, that are kind of like projected in the spot to look like portraits. And you wonder if they've either been digitized since it like came to Gildmoor, or if this is some kind of Tyrosan magic that has like a projection of images that kind of shuffle through, almost like a modern day PowerPoint. It looks like portraits that are shuffling through. The first one is a man that looks very similar to Jenny. He's got like a long red tied back hair that kind of comes around the side, a plethora of like rings on his finger, and he's got his arm around her and he's grinning. He looks like maybe an inch and a half taller than her, and he's smiling at her and like kind of like nuzzling her hair, and she's kind of like holding her arm up and trying to like wave him off. They look like they're maybe respectively 16 and 14. Jenny being the younger one. It shuffles again, and it's a shot of two little kids. It looks like a girl with like this long blonde hair that's kind of cascading down her shoulders, sitting on the back with her arms around the waist of an older boy who's maybe like 10. And he's got like the same kind of like dirtyish blonde hair as he's kind of like putting an arm around her. The facial features of them though look very much like Ginny. Just like if Ginny were to have like blonde hair, she would look exactly like this little girl. And they're kind of on the back of a white horse, and the horse is kind of like throwing its head back. You can see like this long wave of like white horse hair that kind of like comes around the back. And it shuffles again, and there is a portrait of her and Bridget. It looks like they're sitting around reading. Ginny's got her hands up. She's like gossiping. And the more you look at it, as like Bridget's reading a book, the more you look at it, the more you wonder if these are actual portraits that have been taken, like painted, or if these are projected memories.
It kind of... I think, like, I'm in the middle of just trying to figure out if it's broken enough. When he, like, starts seeing this, his, like, eyes kind of widen. And it's, like, more like he's, like... It's been, like... It feels like he's, like, seeing, like, the images and stuff, and, like, he's, like, a little startled by it, because it's, like, a long time since he's seen images like this, I guess. Like, done in this format. So he's kind of, like, watching, just, like, and, like... distracted.
Okay. Do you continue to watch?
He will close it.
You'll close it. The image shuffle is just like something blurry that's beginning to appear. You see an outline of like what looks like two people, and then you close it. Then you hold Ginny's locket in your hand. What do you do?
He'll like hold it there for a second, kind of like, absorbing that a little, and then he'll like walk back up to go find her.
She's like leaning down, looking over a table, kind of like grumbling to herself, like, fucking thing, where did that shit go?
I've got good news and I've got bad news.
Oh, did you find it, Ray?
That's the good news.
Oh, thank God.
Bad news. And he'll like hold it to her, and like hold like the broken bits.
Oh, that's all right. And she takes it and goes, thanks. Bridget can mend it though. It's just a chain.
Okay. Even the crack on there doesn't affect anything on it?
She kind of looks at you and grins, and pinches the locket together, you see the crack is what keeps it ajar. And it was propped open. And as she kind of clicks it shut, it snaps and looks like a perfect seashell.
Oh.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
you know, it's one of those lockets that opens up. Did you look inside the locket by any chance?
Oh, no. I just grabbed it. I found it in the engine.
Make a deception check, please.
That's a 17.
A 17? All right. Thanks, Rit. I appreciate you looking for it.
No problem. Like, smile.
She'll kind of, like, look at
No.
you. Just, like, once, up and down. And, all right, well, I'll get to
Are you
cleaning.
going to be helping with the feathering? Yeah.
The feathering, I don't even know where all the feathers came from. Certainly wasn't my idea. But I was going to
It
help.
was a goose.
Well, I was going to help Saphir and Bridget with the dishes, because there was a lot of them from last night, but...
You know what? That is fair.
All right.
All right. Well, so we'll see you later then.
All right. Bye, Rhett. And then as she walks by, she kind of like waves at you. It's completely friendly. There's like no animosity there. And she goes, "Bye, Coraline," and just walks down the stairs.
Same with Coraline. She does a little salute at her as she
But
leaves.
after Ginny leaves, Rhett will look at Coraline.
What?
Nothing. Nothing at all. And then he's gonna just smiling because of that, but then he's a little distracted as he's gonna clean the deck.
Insight on distraction.
Okay.
I want to insight you so bad.
Okay.
Damn it. 18. God damn it. What do I notice, damn it? Tell me.
I'm sorry. I mean, I guess it beats it, right? Because it's 18 for me.
Yeah, just give a little bit about what you might be distracted about.
Gimme.
What she can see off of your face and your body.
Other than just probably it looks like he's thinking about something. It's almost as if when you seen something that you recognized almost, or looks familiar to you and you haven't seen it in a long time kind of thing. That's why he seems to something between looking for that locket for Ginny, in that time, something happened to where it seems like he stumbled upon something that just is reminding him of something.
Coraline doesn't mention it, but she keeps that look in the back of her mind if she ever sees it again.
Okay. Viz, are you interviewing anybody today? Or are you taking a hungover break?
Nah, today is an off day for Viz. He's not interviewing anybody. Yeah.
It's Saturday.
It's Saturday.
Yeah, he's yeah, I'm whew.
All right.
And your break day is still cleaning.
Yeah.
In that case, then, we're going to jump straight to day 8. Unless anybody else has anything they want to do.
I thought today was day 8.
Today was day
Yeah.
7. My trip.
Today was day 7.
Today was day
No,
7.
today was day 7.
Yeah. We're at the end of the first week.
Because Wolf rolled on the day 7. I remember that.
Okay.
No. Who just rolled? No. Today was day 8.
I knew it.
Wait,
what?
Yes.
You all rolled
Yeah.
once. There are 7 of you. We were on schedule, so it's day 8. Shit.
Oh, this new day is day 8. Yeah,
The day
new
we're
day's
currently
day
on is day 8. So
Yeah.
we're gonna go now to day 9.
Wait, is it? Wait.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Can I just
Just say yes
can I
and go
say
with
something
it.
quickly?
What do you want to do,
Allie,
Cecilia?
I still have Viz's ring,
Okay.
and I would like to try something.
Okay.
I want to just find anybody.
Who do you choose?
Pick one.
Choose your character. Choose your character.
Everybody is accessible to you.
I can be a sacrifice. It's okay.
Okay. I'm gonna find Nev and I'm gonna ask. I've been thinking of a spell that I would like to utilize. It is one I do not have access to, but I think I could get close to it.
Well, what do you have in mind?
It would be an enchantment of some sort. And it may rid you of your faculties. At least momentarily. Make you very susceptible to influence.
As long as you don't make me do anything weird, I'll be a test rat.
Thank you. And Cecilia is going to cast not mage armor,
Oh no.
but mage amor.
Oh my god!
What the? Oh my god! Oh my! Did you just say?
I want to see if I can get close to a command, guys.
Mage Amor.
Mage.
Yes.
Wow.
Nev.
Oh no.
Make a charisma saving throw.
At least it ain't wisdom.
I am so happy that
My
I did not
charisma's-
volunteer.
Alright, that's a 14.
What's your spell save DC, Cecilia?
I think it is 14. Yeah, it's 13. It's 13. So yeah.
Okay.
But would
beat it.
never wait, would never have fought
would
it?
you
if
have?
it's-
Yeah, would you fight this?
Shit.
Because she doesn't have to say the spell when she's casting it, and you did agree to this. So I'm
That
gonna-
is true.
so I'm gonna
yes,
ask you.
I failed.
I did tell you what it would be.
Did you tell Nev what it would be, or did you?
Yeah, you just did.
Yeah, she
just
told you
did.
kind of what she was gonna try to do.
Alright,
It
Nev's
was
a little
going
drunk.
to-
Nev's still a little bit hungover. Nev's
Nev.
tired.
I'm gonna ask you this, as both Meg and Nev, do you give into this, and do you let this happen to see what will
okay,
happen?
I will say maybe also Cecilia will say it. Because I mixed up my words. It would be like a compulsion spell. Like, so I would make it very clear what it was trying to be.
Yeah, I think Nev would agree to that. I mean, she's her own test dummy, and anything like new innovation or like discovery is interesting to her, so she's like, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so you willingly fail the save.
Yeah.
Cecilia, what do you want this to do?
I want the target to become enamored with the spellcaster in a similar to way like to like Friends or like Fast Friends, like those kind of spells.
Mm-hmm.
And like it just have it be like a an enchantment, a compelling spell.
Okay. Nev, you let the spell wash over you, kind of take it in, your eyes suddenly widen, your pupils dilate. The world is just so much more beautiful than it was a minute ago. The birds are just so much more adorable when they chirp. The sky is just so much bluer. And then you turn your head and you look at Cecilia. And she's just the most beautiful person that you've ever laid eyes on. It makes you emotional. It makes you upset, but it makes you so happy. And you would do
Nev's like-
anything for Cecilia. You really love her.
Nev's like, oh, I feel high.
You are completely enraptured with Cecilia in this moment. And you will do anything for her for the next 10 minutes.
Sick.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry, I accidentally deafened myself because I'm an idiot.
10 minutes.
It's okay. For the next 10 minutes, you
10
would
minutes.
do anything for Cecilia. She's the most beautiful, amazing, show-stopping, brilliant, never been seen before person.
Love it.
Well, Nev is just staring at her with these fucking buggy eyes. Not really saying anything, just like eyes sparkling with nothing to say, no thoughts in the world.
Nev, how do you feel?
If you look in game text, this is the exact.
Love it.
Yeah. That's what she does.
How do you feel, Nev?
I high? Well, no, that's not the right word. Weird.
You feel more susceptible to influence.
I mean, I guess, yeah? I mean, if you told me to jump off the ship right now, I would. Do you want me to jump off the ship?
I don't.
Bridget
Okay, I
looks
won't.
over. Bridget looks over at all of you. Anyone who's watching goes, "This is about to be really interesting."
Aurora probably slowly turns her head and goes, I am not sure what is happening, and it is quite concerning.
I think they'll both be fine.
Would you do a silly little dance?
Yeah. Yeah, and she starts doing the little shuffling stuff from last night. But she's hungover, so it's a little bit messy, but she's trying her best.
Your feelings of hungover are gone. Everything is whatever Cecilia wants, she gets.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so, yeah, she dances.
Captain Ramirez goes, "Can you get her to clean the ship there, bud?"
Yes, one moment. What?
I will say Nev has been lazy this morning.
Yeah. Nev, would you do me a favor?
Yeah, what's up?
I have a special mission for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's very important.
Yeah, I can do anything. What's up?
But once you do it, you cannot tell anybody that I've told you to do this. And she's whispering it now. I'm being, like, very quiet.
All right. What do you need me to do? God, Allie, you're killing me with this suspense.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of how to word this. I would like you do some recon for me. I would like, if you don't mind, and she's gonna whisper it, I would like to know why Rhett and Aurora are on this ship. And by any means of you figuring out why solar condors are traveling with us, I would greatly appreciate it.
Give me a second as I write this down in my notes. She's like, yeah, I'm on it. And like now? Like I should go do that right now, right?
I think this spell's only gonna last like 8 more minutes, so if you could do it right now, that would be
Yeah, I can do that right now. Yeah. And then hurries off.
Okay. And I'm assuming you go find Rhett or Aurora?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you go to Rhett or Aurora?
I go to Aurora because I think it'll be a little bit easier to get information out.
Aurora,
Yeah,
Nev comes zooming up to you.
Yeah, I come zooming up to you. I pin you against the wall with my 3'5".
Pin me against the wall? How do you do that?
She pins your knees against the wall.
Wait. I'll make a strength check. I'll use the.
I'll let this be a surprise too. You get advantage because it's a surprise attack. Because I don't think Aurora would ever be expecting this. I'm not expecting this. So.
I'm also using charge of my.
Oh, I hate you, Meg.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Okay. All right. So let's see. Math. 22.
23.
Oof.
Whoa.
So you walk up and you go to like pin Aurora, and Aurora like pushes back like out of like reaction and intensity, and your faces are like inches from each other. She kind of leans down and looks at you as you just tried to push her, and she didn't budge.
I'll say it can be more like where Aurora's just like a statue and Nev just like bounces off of her, because Aurora wouldn't like shove her off. She'd just be more like blink.
Well, the surprise of it does push you back a couple of feet, I'd say. at least to like walk you into like a more secluded section of the deck, but then you tense up, and the second you do, she boom into you, and you're just kind of both staring at each other.
Nev's like, hey, so what's your deal?
Aurora, who's probably, I don't know, she maybe like has a broom in her hand or something because she's been sweeping up the freaking feathers, right? That's what I imagine she's doing. She's like got the broom in her hand, she just looks down at Nev and she's like, I beg your pardon?
Yeah, what's your deal?
What's my deal?
Why are you and Red on this ship?
Do I hear any
Because
of this?
No.
No, okay.
Aurora blinks.
we're
Well,
on the
actually,
ship
well, no.
because-
Let me rephrase it. Why were you guys at that party?
Why were we at the party? Because we were tasked going there.
Yeah, well,
We were-
tasked by who? You know, we still don't know much about each other.
Aurora just blinks and looks at Nev.
Well, I would assume not. We are only just acquaintances at this time.
Oh yeah, you know, but at least acquaintances at least know where they come from.
Come from...
I'm trying so hard, Allie. I'm trying so hard.
You're playing, yeah, huh. Do we play this game? Aurora just blinks as like,
Where we come from? Do you mean where we are from, or
No,
where
like,
we are from?
who do you work for?
The solar condoms.
Real quick, out of character. Allie, what was the other thing that Cecilia asked Nev to get information on?
Oh, like why they're coming with us. So I feel like, so Cecilia does, again, cantrip specialist. I will message Nev and say, ask what the solar condors wanted at that party.
What were you guys looking for around at that party?
Why do you want to know?
It's curious.
Aurora's going to.
Not to mention, we're far from Macedonia now, so any of that business doesn't matter here on this ship.
Aurora's gonna look around for Rhett.
Rhett's sweeping and distracted and thought. And out of earshot of all of that.
Aurora looks a little nervous, just like mostly not out of like scared of giving anything away, just more of like she's having to talk and Rhett's not there with her. She looks down, literally looks down at Nev.
Because our superiors asked us to go. We were to meet someone who wanted to meet us.
Yeah, but like specifics, you know? What would they? Why did they want you guys at that party specifically? Like, who were you guys supposed to meet?
Aurora is quiet for a moment. Would she know if did Bishop say it was okay for them to at least reveal, or did their boss tell them, like, basically, would Aurora think that it's okay to reveal that Bishop was the reason why they were there?
You know it's not something that's supposed to be like openly discussed, but you also don't know if there are exceptions for the people you're traveling with and that he trusts. It's a your judgment thing.
Okay. Aurora looks at Nev and goes,
I'm not so sure the individual we met would want their name to be revealed. At least not yet.
You know, that's
We
fair.
were sent to meet with them because they were interested in our organization, and so it was a mutual benefactory meeting, if you will. And that is it. Once everything happened at the party that happened, we met with our organization, and they told us to stay with the group.
I think. Oh, Cecilia probably also can't hear. Could I
Leave your moth on Nev.
retcon and say that Reginald
that Reginald was
on
there?
Nev's shoulder? Yeah, is on Nev's shoulder.
Can you retcon and say that Reginald is on the shoulder?
Yes.
I'm gonna roll for it and see, because Cecilia would have done that. I can make a justification for that Cecilia would have done that knowing the parameters of her own spell. But I'm gonna roll for it, okay? 11. That is exactly what you needed to get. It was gonna be a 50-50 chance. Reginald is on the back of Nev.
Okay. Then coming up from listening in, Cecilia would message into Nev's mind. Ask why.
Well, then why?
Why tell us to continue traveling with you all? She's making sure that she's understanding, right? No.
Look, Viz and I are in here for the money, and also, I know this is good for, Viz's newspaper job. That's why we're here. So why were you guys told to lay low?
Or shrugs. Because what happened raised a lot of questions, and the Solar Condors want to know the reason behind the assassination and the creation of the Wendigos.
Cecilia will just say, because I know it's been a while. Last question. What is the true purpose of the Solar Condors?
Do I
Nev
still
asks that.
not hear anything?
To you, it looks like Nev and Aurora are just having a conversation. No alarms have been raised. You glance up, you do see them having a conversation. I don't know if it would be like...
Aurora would just look kind of tense. But Rhett knows that Aurora is not big on socializing.
Yeah,
she doesn't like being approached.
That's what I was gonna say.
Not to mention, Nev is just an uncomfortable person to be around in general.
Yeah, so it's kind of one of those things where you're like, you see them having a conversation, you don't see it going anywhere wrong. There's nothing going on with the conversation itself.
Yeah, but Aurora looks uncomfortable, which Rhett
Aurora
doesn't
always
want.
looks a little uncomfortable with socializing.
Yeah, but he always is there, even when she is normal.
Nev makes everyone uncomfortable.
I'll say it's your discretion, but everything does look normal right now. And, normal for Aurora. And actually, Nev looks open and welcoming. So it's actually a bit of a contrast, because it's like...
He'll get closer, but he's not, like, interfering. He's just still dusting. But now it's, like, kind of caught his attention.
Yeah.
Can Aurora, if she looks at Nev, can she try to gauge at all where this is suddenly coming from? Obviously, she doesn't know that Nev's under a spell, but can she try to gauge, like, why are you suddenly, like, interviewing me?
What are you... I mean, you can't really gauge something. That's not really a question for an insight check.
Okay, I'm not trying to metagame. I'm not trying to metagame. Just like, can Aurora, because she's just like, why are you suddenly talking?
Yeah, do you want to make an insight check on what Nev's intentions seem to be?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So sorry, that was really bad.
It's
Although,
okay.
I doubt I'm gonna pick anything up because that was a 3 + 4, so 7.
Nev is the type who just seems curious. Like, Nev is the type who is a curious person. It's very likely that this is coming from some kind of impulsive curiosity.
Gotcha.
You also know she doesn't have a ton of attachments to a lot of stuff, so it probably is just a curiosity.
Okay. Aurora, she kind of like, her shoulders kind of go down a little, but her grip is still kind of tight on the broom. She goes, well, the Solar Condors, we are a mercenary group. We go with whatever draws our fancy. If something requires our attention or catches our attention, we pursue it.
Cecilia will, because the spell is probably wearing off soon, will message Nev. Thank you so much for your help. This has been so helpful. I'm going to casually go downstairs, back to our quarters. If you'd like to follow for a debrief after, I would like to know how the effects of the spell rolled out, and that you are alright. And then Cecilia will kind of exit viewing Reginald and make her way downstairs.
Nev just goes, "Oh, all right, okay, that makes a lot more sense. You see, no, okay, all right, not as sneaky as I thought it was.
Sneaky?
No, it's all right. It's just I'm a sneaky individual. See ya," and then leaves.
Do you turn around and walk away?
Yeah.
You turn around and walk away. Aurora, as she turns and walks away, on her back you see a giant moth sitting on her back.
Would Aurora know whose moth that is?
Yeah, you've been on the ship long enough. You know that that's Cecilia's moth. You've seen Reginald around.
Okay. She stays very still.
That's gonna shimmy
And her,
over.
but her eye flashes for a moment.
That's gonna shimmy over. Making friends?
I am not so sure, but I think there's someone in our group who does not trust us.
Oh well, darling, that's gonna be normal. He's gonna keep sweeping.
No, I mean someone who does not trust us.
She looks at him.
We'll work it out. It's fine, darling. We're gonna be fine. He's like grinning, but he'll like continue sweeping.
Aurora's grip is still really tight on the broom.
Okay.
But she slowly starts to sweep.
Okay. With that, another day comes to a close. And as it does, with the beginnings of a new day, I'm going to ask for one more roll before we end tonight's session.
Who's in the order?
Can I?
If it would be in the order, Cecilia would be next, but I know she rolled second last. I was just going alphabetical for the next one. But, yeah, you can roll. I don't care.
Probably be Coraline if you're going alphabetical.
No, if I'm going alphabetical, it goes Aurora, Cecilia, Coraline, Mirabelle, Nev, Rat, Viz.
Right, my bad.
So it's up to you guys. Do you want to continue to go alphabetically, or do we want to just, like, free for it all?
Can I roll?
I think the first one to ask was Nev.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear.
So I rolled a d20, right?
Yeah, we'll just go in order. Just keep in mind who's rolled twice or not. Go ahead, Nev.
All right, it's a 16.
16.
Didn't we just roll that one?
Okay. No, we rolled a 17. Okay. You all begin to go about the next round of days. Day goes by. The weather's clear again. You're starting to see, like, as you head down the Wallaby Wilds, there's, like, a thin fog that's kind of coming up. You know, just gently rising. As you head over the wilds, there's, like, a tundra below you. And you see that, like, though you can't really see in the distance, there's, like, some trees that are kind of popping up here and there sparsely. And then out in front of you, there's another massive open body of water. And as you're kind of, like, getting close to this body of water, you see Captain Rex kind of goes, "All right there, buds, here we are heading up to Remmermaid Lake. So, here's the dealio with the lake. On one side, you're going to have the Wyland side, which is Remmermaid Lake. And on the other side, you're going to have the Ospedon side, which is Lackamy Loch. The largest body of water in Gildmoor, besides, of course, the Seacord Run, which is a river. This largest body of lake has 3 rivers attaching out from the side of it. 4 if you count the one coming out the top. Big old place, and it's also going to be heading around the side of Cambridge. So, you're ready to see another big city, and the first major city in Ospedon there, buds."
Peak?
We're getting closer there. And, as she's kind of talking, up from, like, the stairs of the ship, Saphir kind of goes, "Can I get some help in the kitchens?"
Aurora looks at her. I can help.
Thank you. Big pot today. Lots of leftovers.
Okay, Aurora goes down to the kitchen to help.
You're gonna go down the kitchen to help. As she was like standing on the deck with her feathers kind of ruffled from like doing a lot of work in the kitchen, the smell kind of like hits you all as it kind of cascades over the top, and you could smell like this like incentivizing like meat pies smell and like apples pies and like these different pies that have been built together to kind of accommodate for the amount of leftovers that there are. As it kind of rises in the sky and carries out over the distance, the scent of just baked pies fills all of your noses. For a good 5-10 minutes, despite the fact that the ship is moving. That's how many pies are being made. For those of you who are kind of standing on the ship, there's a moment where you kind of like are smelling this and you're like, ooh, like it's a really nice smell. And you kind of turn, and over from a section in the clouds, you can see this like flock of like birds that are kind of like flying together. And then you see them start to like rapidly turn. And as they rapidly turn, they catch like on your tailwind. They seem to like follow on your tailwind. And there's a moment where you're like, oh, they like, you know, they like, these little birds are like following the ship because they can smell all the pie. And in your head, you're like, oh, you're like, yeah, they're like seagulls, you know, coming over at the amusement park to fucking steal your french fries kind of thing. And you kind of like get ready to like, you know, chase off birds. It's not the first time any of you have had to like chase birds off the ship. As they get closer, they start to like look weird. And you're kind of like, those are some funky looking seagulls. And
do these look familiar to Nev at all?
No, they don't. But as they're kind of like carrying up a little bit, they don't look familiar to you. Not from this far away, anyway.
Got it.
As the scent is kind of rising up.
If they're what I think they are, I think I remember you specifically saying they're from the Underdark.
Mm-hmm. Not Umberfall, though. The Underdark.
I've been in the Underdark.
I know. So you kind of like see this like flock kind of like begin to move towards the ship, and Captain Mars kind of like turns and like looks and is like, oh, fucking pests. And then that's when the first of them start to begin to breach, and it's these catbirds with these like long feathered bodies that kind of like tilt their heads and they go, food, 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 get the food. And then there's like 11 or 12 of them that kind of deck onto their ship and breach the ship and then tilt their heads and like looks at you and go, food, food. And then immediately 4 of them dive down the steps of the ship and begin to go towards the kitchen. The other 6 are kind of bucking at you all, going, food, food, food.
Ah, shit.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Okay, another weird creature on Coraline's list that she's seen. Catbirds. Fun.
Yeah, they have bird bodies and then like raven bodies and then cat heads. Yeah.
Can I keep one? I want to keep one.
Some of you might remember this bird from the last campaign because its name was Josh.
I vaguely remember, and I was so upset because I didn't get to meet Josh.
Oh yeah, because you were at the temple.
Because my character was crying and mourning over his best friend.
Yeah, and I was like, here's a silly little catbird.
And I was like, I miss the catbird. Are you fucking with me?
Yeah, these ones are wild, Ikenthi, though. So we'll see what happens next time.
I'm gonna steal one.
Oh, I don't want it to end. I want it to be
Can
Sunday
it be
again.
our mascot?
Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'm gonna end the stream now. Say bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Oh, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.